Good morning and welcome to College in beautiful Antigua and Barbuda. It's the start of day number 3, the final round, the money round of the West Indies Championship, the West Indies First Class Championship. This encounter between Barbados Pride and the West Indies Academy, quite evenly poised at the moment. You could almost say it's on a knife's edge. You just wonder who might get cut by the end of the day. 109 for 3, Barbados Pride, and it represents a lead for them. And they'll be hoping that they can actually pile on the runs this morning. West Indies Academy, though, we're looking for early wickets in this encounter. There's a bit of rain around as well. It's actually drizzling at the moment, but we do hope that we can get a full day's play here on day number 3. A match which has been affected on day number 1 and day number 2 by some heavy showers. So certainly hoping we can have an uninterrupted and an exciting contest here. The overnight batters for Barbados Pride, Captain Craig Brathwaite. And with him is Kevin Wickham. Brathwaite on 49 overnight, and Kevin Wickham, he's there on 18. Played a few lovely strokes at the end of yesterday. Kevin Wickham found the boundary quite nicely and then went into a shell. It'll be interesting to see how he comes out at the start of this morning. Captain Craig Brathwaite, well, he started with a flurry as well, played a couple strokes, a couple expansive drives, a nice cut to the boundary for 4, and then he settled into what was that predicted Craig Brathwaite fashion, nerdling and nudging the ball around, getting those singles. Looks like it'll be a bit of left arm seam to get the morning going, in the form of Ramon Simmons, also hailing from the island of Barbados, but playing for the West Indies Academy. He's bowled relatively well, you would say, on his return to first class cricket. It's been some time since he's been on the park. And figures of 1 for 25 from his 8 overs yesterday. Ramon Simmons bowled across 2 spells. Also had a good time in the first innings as well, picking up 2 for 43. So he'll be hoping that he can make some early inroads into this Barbados Pride side. Day number 3 is upon us, and it's time to play. Works it off the legs, and that will be 50 for Captain Craig Brathwaite. It's been a lovely knock by him, but he knows that the work is not done just yet. Must be a good feeling to start the day with a milestone. Just clips one nicely off the legs and gets him to 50 off of 104 deliveries. Brings Wickham on to strike, who's had a fantastic second first class season. Had 7 innings in the first class season last year, which would have been his first outing at this level, Kevin Wickham. And didn't really flatter. Got about 87 runs or so across those 7 innings. And he talked about the pressure that he faced coming into the first class setup with the expectations. Spent some time with the academy after that first class season. Got some runs versus emerging Ireland in that series that the West Indies Academy played versus them. And that form has continued here in 2024. He's already gone 300 plus runs in this season, including a magnificent 100 to get the season started. He'll be hoping he can end his season on a high. was actually interesting to make the comparison, because I mentioned he had 7 innings last year, got 88 runs in those 7 innings. And in 7 innings this year, he had 387 runs. So he added 299 to his tally that he was able to amass last season. So he definitely will be a lot happier with his returns. Yeah, but still a long way to go for him. And with shots like that, he will certainly get there. A boundary for Wickham to get his account going for the morning. As I say good morning to Vernon Springer alongside of me.
Morning, Joel. Certainly a lot more positive intent from Kevin Wickham this morning. Craig Brathwaite bringing up his 65th first-class half-century. Timely moment, 104 balls, 2 boundaries. And this is how he's gone about his innings as usual. New day, new beginning, and the approach Raymond Simmons first over this morning going for 5, and something we talked about yesterday, Joe, boundary ball. You have to take away those boundary balls.
It's going to be a combination of spin and pace to get this morning started. Joshua Bishop, leading wicket taker for the academy. He's going to start things from the CIU road end. Kept things quite tight yesterday, Bishop. And picked up 2 wickets as well. And with really the variation of his pace, that proved to be the hallmark of his spell yesterday. Similar to what he's delivering now at the moment. Opted to just hold it back slightly. And there was some bite for him, a bit of turn in the surface. Had a chance to look at the pitch this morning. Yeah, certainly looking considerably drier than when we started here on day 1, so probably could expect that ball to just grip in the surface just a bit more. Especially as some of the bowlers' footmarks become a bit more evident on the surface. In the end, get through for an easy single there. See Craig Brathwaite and Kevin Wickham doing a bit of gardening. As I mentioned, yeah, just a bit drier today, in fact, in comparison to the 2 surfaces that we played on before this. They probably started as the driest of them all. Finds the leading edge, but no damage done. Just a single from that first Bishop over. It's 115 for 3.
Raymond Simmons continuing from the bottom end. Just sort of looking back at how things have just progressed for young Kevin Wickham, making his debut against Jamaica in 2023 right here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. He was bowled mainly for 2 in that game, caught Thomas bowled Mansing for 1. It certainly grabbed the attention of most around the Caribbean and the world. He's 21 years of age. Sometimes I think we need to take some time out just to remind the folks that he's a young man on a learning curve, just coming out of the youth level. And so the support systems and mechanisms would need to be put in place. This is his 14th first-class game. Before this, 756 runs with 3 centuries and 2 half-centuries. On drive, can't score. We look at his scores this season: 139 versus the combined campuses and cottages, 74 and 8 against the Windward Island Volcanoes, Jamaica Scorpions 63 and 29, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 34, and the Leeward Islands scored 40. So he's really come through in flying colors so far and still growing as a cricketer. One who in the next decade could take West Indies cricket to new heights. He's got so much time, so much class, talented player. Can do everything. Wicket keep, ball, wrist spin, off spin, medium pace. He's got good hands. And his investment for the future of West Indies cricket, not only before we even get to West Indies cricket, Barbados cricket. Could be a brand, it could be somebody that you could be looking at. Barbados has always produced some outstanding, attractive batsmen, and we're going way back to maybe people like Emerson Trotman and company. Batwet coming down on this Yorker length delivery. Bowled here so far by Raymond Simmons. It's been a good comeback for him. Started yesterday from the CIU road end. Didn't have that rhythm. Struggled more or less coming up the hill. But since Teddy Bishop has switched him to the media center in here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, he certainly looked a different bowler. And one only could just remember the mornings that he would have been warming up. And you're wondering when is he going to play. He's finally on the park. This is his 10th over, 1 for 30. You'd like to prize out the Barbados captain. Driven through cover. Going to get a single. Batwet leading with his head on his shoulders there. Good balance. Coming forward to that delivery.
Just opting to reinforce that cover region now. And Teddy Bishop moving himself into what is now a short cover position.
I think Simmons would, in bowling to Kevin Wickham, will have to hit that hard length. Friendly half volleys to Wickham. Wickham is a driver of the ball. There's no need for that. End of the over. 1 run coming out of the over. The end of 43. Barbados Pride lead by some 26 runs. Just an optional change for me if I was in the West Indies Academy dressing room. If I was in Teddy Bishop's ear, get a silly point in front of Craig Brathwaite. Bishop is bowling well. Just give him something to think about. Begin to build pressure. This is the start of a new day. It's important that the academy pick up early wickets, especially in the first hour. Set the tone. Take the cover out, bring the cover into silly point, into a catching position. One might just bounce, hit the glove. To look to build pressure. Got to look to also get wickets. That's the name of the game. The academy has to understand that. Over comes to an end, maiden over. Partnership 32 from 85. And Kevin Wickham has 22 out of that partnership of 32.
Looking at the amount of time that's left in the day and looking at the fact that Barbados Pride are 3 wickets down in the innings, just leading by 26. Certainly don't think they can afford to take too many risks at the start of this, but just looking to set that foundation for themselves. Operate in this fashion where you're just working that ball around.
And I think the academy for this season has been guilty of just sometimes sitting back and waiting. But sometimes you have to believe. Sometimes you have to take the fight to Barbados. You have to be aggressive. Say, listen, we're going to win this game. We're going to put some pressure on you. We got 3 wickets down. And they also have to believe that they're on top. Do they believe? That's the big question. Have to be sharp in the field. looking at the Teddy Bishop, Joel, he's in a leg slip position. We're asking Raymond Simmons to really bowl the ball on the line of the off stump. I think Bishop in his position, and that's just my own thought process, just looking at the scenario so far in terms of how Simmons have been bowling. It's almost like in a wasted position. He maybe might have been better served coming on the offside right in front of a catching position at extra cover. Moving the cover around to the left. You don't want ornaments on the field. You want to create pressure, and I don't know if Simmons' line of bowling that anything will be going down to Bishop in that area.
I share a slightly different view in terms of how it's set up at the moment. I think that it's an even balance between pressure and protection at the moment for the West Indies Academy. And I think it works simply because we can't afford to allow Barbados Pride to get off to a flyer at the start of the morning. You want to ensure you put them in a position whereby Barbados Pride has to force the game at some stage. Because yes, West Indies Academy would love to win this, but Barbados Pride want to win it in the sense that they're the ones with the possibility of potentially taking that title and as such. If you can keep them quiet, especially in this morning session, force them to take maybe one or two more risks as you head through the day, all of a sudden they find themselves in a position whereby they might be 7 or 8 down and only have 110 runs on the board in terms of that lead. You look at that leg stick position, especially knowing Craig Brathwaite, it's that easy glance that he usually collects quite a few runs from as well.
Raymond Simmons completes his over, one off it. I guess my mindset is about getting wickets. And the West Indies Academy have to believe the objective here is to bowl Barbados out today. Whether Barbados want to win or not, the Academy has to be thinking about trying to win this game. The lead is 27, and by the context, you will have to say Barbados is 27 for 3. So if Barbados is 27 for 3, you know you want to get early wickets. You want to get Craig Brathwaite because once he's set, he is the cornerstone of the Barbados batting lineup. He's the player that will score big runs. He will occupy the crease. And he also drives the momentum of this Barbados team here. Kevin Wickham is a natural stroke player, and he can go from strength to strength. So you want to dismiss or break up this partnership, get 1 or 2. If you get 2, well, you're in the dance.
Yeah, I certainly agree. But then also that patience might be able to produce that wicket for the Academy. There's that bite, there's that grip, there's that turn that I was talking about, especially given how much the surface has dried out and how dry it started, in fact, on day number 1. It just puts a thought in the batter's mind, the guards, especially playing through that offside when the ball is turning like that away. Got a little straight on that occasion and worked nicely into the leg side by Wickham.
Got to be able to also get your angles sorted out, because I don't think that Jordan Johnson was in the correct position at that time. It's just maybe, as you said, coming more to the left. Maybe need to go to the right and maybe give himself some room. As Joshua Bishop is now saying to him. Sometimes even as feelers, you yourself have to look to work out, how many meters, 5 meters to the left, 5 meters to the right, which you will be able to cover. Over completed, 2 runs out of the over. And the score in the meantime, Motors on to 119 for 3. Very quiet start, more or less a rebuilding time here for Barbados. And 46 overs bowled. So the context of the game will determine this partnership. Yesterday we saw a ploy where Teddy Bishop used his seamers in 3-4 over spurts from the media center end and concentrated by having Joshua Bishop from the CIU media end. Seems like the same ploy will be continuing today. Raymond Simmons comes out of the attack and in comes Ewan Lane. So Clarke, Lane and Simmons automatically would be the first choice bowlers this morning. And Bishop will be continuing his method of bowling them in short spurts. We all know what happened in the first innings when Ewan Lane produced a Jaffa to bowl the Barbados captain, top of off stump. If he can maybe just produce that type of delivery again, could maybe get nicked off, caught at first slip. Starts wide, giving Bradford enough room to just steer it out to the deep backward point fielder in Jordan Johnson. A lot of things might be going through Johnson's mind right now. His batting form. At the end of this, he might maybe take a week break and begin to go in the nets with his batting coach and get ready to come back stronger than ever. He's got a lot of potential, Jordan Johnson.
Well, the edge was found, but it didn't go to hand. Disappear for Lane, but 4 for Kevin Wickham.
Second boundary of the morning.
Flew at a very catchable height through that gully region. Just some distance to the left of Joshua Bishop.
That's what I was talking to you, Joel, about. You have to believe you're on top. Ewan Lane is one of your top bowlers, so you'll be looking to start with 2 slips to give him that sort of encouragement. In the context of the scoreboard, Barbados would be 34 for 3. So yes, you'll be coming and you'll be seeing 124 for 3. But the West Indies Academy have to understand that right now, they have to be thinking about getting 1, 2. And when you get 1, you get 2. Then you can get 3. Searching again, searching. Can't allow the game to run away from them. They have to stay in control. And they have to operate that they're on top. And that's what you want to see happening for West Indies cricket. You seize the opportunities. Tried to bang that one in. Took a long time before it got to Brathwaite. Saw it a mile away. Over completed. 6 runs out of the Ewan Lane's first over.
Yeah, that last ball certainly got some height on Craig Brathwaite, but it was slow in getting there as well. And which is what we've seen when bowlers were tempted to bang it in to the surface. Not much purchase from the middle of the track. Bowlers have been better served just allowing that ball to touch down on just what will be just back of a good length if it is that they're looking to get that ball up. But when they look to put that extra effort into it, his surface really hasn't responded in that way.
Very comfortable single there. Maybe don't like that move so much, Joel, having the mid-on going down to long on. I think it's early days. This is what I was talking about. You make Barbados work for runs. If Wickham wants to go over the mid-on, let him go, but plug the areas to keep out those singles. Any good cricketer always looks for the areas where he can get a single, even if he can't get a boundary. Over comes to an end. That could have been a maiden over. Ned been right there at mid-on. On 26 for 3. Morning to the entire Caribbean. Started with our neighbors in Barbados, going across to the Emerald Isle in Montserrat. Back and across is Kevin Wickham to a good length delivery. Lane has to produce a magical spell. Barbados scientifically at 36 for 3. Needs to get a Wickham, needs to get a Craig Batwet. Get into that middle order. Going searching again. Come back on the money. Keep attacking the stumps. Academy, it's just only been 35 minutes of play, but they're flat. Don't feel that bubbly energy as if they feel that they're on top. Somebody has to tell them that. Coach Wayne Griffith, get that message out. Stroked out to the sweeper, Jordan Johnson. Who's going to put their hand up there without their captain, Naeem Young?
Three runs from that over. It's 129 for 3. Can't get that through the offside. Akimo Geist at a backward point, and quite backward as well. Looks as if he's attempting to play maybe a stroke or two more in this over Wickham. And naturally, as the day progresses, that will have to be the approach for Barbados, right? Because they must put runs onto the board. Just about 16 runs or so within the first half of the day's play. That's fine, given that they've not lost a wicket from a West Indies Academy perspective. They would take that as well, with the understanding of at some stage they know that they have to start taking risks. And that brings them into the game, keeps them in the game as well. Barbados probably continue to go at this rate. That's the end of the over as well. 132 for 3. But naturally, if they continue progressing at this rate, by lunch, we're probably looking at a lead of maybe 100. And that certainly is nowhere near what Barbados probably would want to have on the board in terms of a chase. So it means they have to keep batting, so it takes them down towards tee. Possibly looking at maybe, and this is just if they keep going at this rate, and I don't expect them to, probably looking at maybe 160 or so by tee, and even then they'll tell themselves not in a comfortable position, because naturally you still have all of day 4 to go as well. So potentially we'll have to come back and bat again after tee. And that puts them at 200 plus, 220 or so. And even then, I don't think that's what they would want to have on the board. So it means at some stage that acceleration must come. At some stage, 1 or 2 more risks must be taken. So if West Indies Academy could just continue to be patient, continue to apply that pressure, yes, in terms of the field, but also that protection, as they're doing at the moment, whereby there's a man on the boundary at point, a man goes back now to deep backward square leg, so possibly might look at maybe 1 or 2 short deliveries to Wickham as well. That fielder on the point, Bungry and Jordan Johnson coming into play on 2 occasions there. There's that short stuff that I mentioned might come into play for Kevin Wickham, getting himself just though in an awkward position. His natural game would have been to look to take that on. How slow it came out to the surface though. Found himself just out of sorts. Just a conversation now with the skipper. I enjoy seeing those moments whereby, okay, no damage done, but still the experience of Craig Brathwaite coming down and say, okay, Wickham, we still need to set that platform here. We're not out of the dark. Settle down, get yourself back into that zone. slow delivery on that occasion. Just going to his bag of tricks. Here's Johan Lane. Wrapped on the pad. This one looks close. This one is good enough. And Johan Lane gets the breakthrough.
Just as you were talking, on the break, the skipper reminding him the job has not been finished yet. Just casually going across, not being able to score, hard length. Walked across, was plumb like before, good decision. That's the breakthrough.
Yeah, certainly the reward for being patient there by Johan Lane, hitting good areas. And I talked about the fact that that ball is going to seam out to the surface. You just saw that movement coming back into Kevin Wickham. Hit him dead in front. An early joy for the West Indies Academy, 134 for 4, and it's time for drinks.
So welcome back after the first hour of play. Barbados 134 for 4. You could really say they are 44 for 4. As I welcome for the first time this morning, Molly Richards.
Morning, Vernon. Good morning, everyone. Big wicket this in the context of things. You could see there was a real battle brewing between Lane and Wickham, former teammates, West Indies Academy. And you could tell by the celebration just how elated Lane and the rest of the Academy team were to see the back of Kevin Wickham. Once again, maybe just getting a little fidgety in the 30s.
Not being able to push on, not scoring.
Captain maybe just having to rein him back in slightly. But it was a good delivery. Something which we've spoken about with Johan Lane in particular, starting the ball outside that off stump.
So Barbados has pulled Reefer back. They've sent the wicketkeeper.
I'm not so sure they have. It looks like Raymond's still there. Isn't it? That's Reefer.
Yeah, the scoreboard is, yes. So
Yes,
Brathwaite, they've decided to put some pressure on Brathwaite, finally. It's taking them a long time.
We've got the two men in close catching. You see the point. Springs, I'm sure you must be elated to see that.
Yeah, got a 44 for 4. The skipper will have to readjust himself now. He's got somebody in his eyeline on his left, on his right, slip chirping away. Callum Boyne, Tuckett chirping.
Especially a Craig Brathwaite in this situation against spin, maybe not known to be a player that will use his feet in terms of advancing down. Knock the spinner off his length, so it's a good move. As you can see there now, he's just a little wary in terms of just plopping onto that front foot. And it's something we've spoken about, that length here, putting pressure on that front foot defense, especially on a turning track.
Bishop is getting the ball to turn this morning as well, Joe. Too easy. Got to close off that single. Yeah, if you're going to build the pressure around in the mid-on and the mid-off fielders can't be caught on their heel. But I like the move. This is something I've been calling for some time. They have to believe, Mali, that they're on top.
Well, they are in the context of the match, as we're saying here. As we're seeing here, this lead not even 50 yet. So effectively,
Scoreboard is making a mistake because Raymond Reefer is not faced the delivery yet, and they have Raymond Reefer on 2. So somebody has to get that right.
it was a good third wicket partnership, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Mainly led, especially last evening, final session of the day by Kevin Wickham. That partnership for the third wicket, 57 runs between Brathwaite and Wickham. Played some quite sumptuous drives, didn't he? Especially last night. Played 2 back-to-back, I can remember. Seen some fantastic shots in this match. Some real noteworthy cricket strokes.
I'm still thinking about the one from Mckenny Clarke.
Shot of the match, though. Easily.
Top shot, top shot.
He's quite a twitchy guy. As you just said his name, he's coming into the attack here.
So they've decided that they're going to concentrate. So they pull the Johan Lane out.
Seems like Johan Lane might be off the field.
No, he's down.
Oh, he's down at fine leg.
He's down a fine leg.
Interesting move. How many would he have bowled this morning?
That maybe might have been 1, Jason is saying.
Yeah.
2 overs. What's up with this?
Maybe a switch of ends.
Yeah, but he's successful, Mali.
I know. Who knows? There must be a reason, though. We're not exactly in the aerial there. That man at short leg really had no chance. Flew past him. Especially against Brathwaite, maybe better suited at that short mid-wicket catching position.
Because he tends to fall over, especially when the ball is pitched anywhere around middle and leg, because he's looking to just glance it.
But I think they've probably reacted too late. You've seen Teddy Bishop employ this field to Craig Brathwaite this morning. But you need to do that, especially when the ball's new. Just skidding on a bit more. Brathwaite already faced, some 100 balls or so. He was already set. Gotten the pace and the bounce of the pitch. You really have to strike when batters are new to the crease. Really look to put pressure on when they're new to the crease. It's their most vulnerable moment. A lot of the times.
That's why it's so important that the backroom staff goes through its strategy before the start of the game, awareness situations.
Still quite decent overhead seam bowling conditions. Actually, when I got here this morning, it was very, very hot out on the ground. The sun was out in its full glory, but it just seemed to have ducked behind the clouds.
I'd want a second slip for Raymond Reefer.
Definitely early into his innings. He's just come to the crease.
Yeah, you got to get 2 slips in. The ball is seaming around.
2 slips and a gully.
Have to put that pressure on him. Get Mckenny Clarke to bowl. Who are we talking about over the wicket? He's short of form. He's low on confidence. Barbados, you can say they're 48 for 4, which means that they're under pressure. The academy has to work out. We're going to bowl you out before lunch today on day 3. Ryan Hines, one of the assistant coaches, walking around the boundary.
You understand them not wanting to maybe leap boundaries. Something that kind of plagued them in that first innings, though they took wickets regularly.
Right now, Mali, you'll be thinking about trying to get wickets.
For sure. That man at on the point boundary, backward point boundary,
He's wasted.
Completely, especially in this situation. Raymond Reefer looking to face his 3rd delivery of the innings. A bit short of form by his standards. Get another slip in.
These are the little fine points that can make or break a game or change a game. Give a player confidence that all of a sudden he feels that, boy, I'm in nick, I can get singles, I can get runs. Make him work for them.
Just there, that's a good length. Especially also got to gauge just how the bowler's bowling, whether he's in his groove. And so far, Mckenny Clarke, he's hit his areas. The end of his first over here this morning. Barbados Pride lead by 48. It's 138 for 4.
So Lane has been pulled after picking up a wicket, unless he's injured. Because he's not bowling from the CIA Road end. Or maybe he's not feeling well. I don't know. But I'm surprised, Marley.
Yeah,
Don't understand the move.
Very surprised. Not sure why just yet. Picked up the dangerous Kevin Wickham as well, a man who's been in good form this season. Absolutely sped off down to the boundary in celebration.
Unless maybe he twitched something or...
While celebrating, who knows?
I don't know. But we've seen stranger things happen, so let's wait and see what's happening. I'll just sit back. Control your emotions, Raymond Simmons. Just control your emotions. Stay within the moment. Stay within the game. Just find that Simmons is just too close there. Needs to give himself some room. Bradford is strong in that area and he whips it. He has to give himself some chance.
Look at how close that silly mid-off, that silly point fielder is. Almost on the pitch.
So I was talking about with Simmons, being so close there, give yourself some room, especially with the practice pitches in that area. The ball hits into that area, it's going to skid and go away.
And if you're Bradford here, anything just slightly short, you've got to be absolutely brutal, quick on your feet.
To put it away.
But not only that, just to play a bit of gamesmanship, you got to really hit it in the vicinity of that short leg. Look to get him out of there. That's something we used to do when we were younger. Anything short, not almost trying to hit him, but if he does get hit, it does play into your favor, because for the next delivery, he's probably not as keen to stay as low for as long. All these little games you got to play. That's it.
Lead is 50 by Barbados.
Yeah,
Sorry, Mali.
no, go on. You're
50
right.
for 4.
You obviously don't want to see players get hurt, but
So no Lane back to Mckenny Clarke. So I don't know if it's a ploy. We're going to bowl 2 overs. Because Simmons started, he bowled 3. And Lane came on, he bowled 2. Now Mckenny Clarke is going to bowl 2.
Bishop's bowled 19. You haven't seen too much of
Ned?
Ashmead Ned.
I don't think he'll get the ball from that end because Bishop is not giving up that end there at all.
It's going to be Clarke. He's actually going to be around the wicket too. Brathwaite.
Caught napping again.
Yeah, first delivery of the over.
Caught napping again.
Just when you're hoping to maybe bowl a few deliveries to one batter. Brathwaite showing all his experience, getting deep in that crease, finding the gap. Gets off strike into the 60s.
Caught napping again. So good morning to His Excellency, Right Honorable Basil Morgan, who's glued to the television, sends his greetings to the commentary panel. I also got a message for Joel Manning from Callum Boyne Tuckett's mother. Let me see if I can read that for Joel. She just sent me a message. She said, a good reader. She bought your book on Amazon. Some very good nuggets coming out of it. And congratulations. Notice that Joel wants me to go on Amazon to buy his book, Mali. So he has not bought me a hard copy. We needed to get our own autograph, Mali.
He's got the audio book ready for you. Man.
You can understand that, Mali? That's how he's treating me. 142 for 4. I want to be able to sit down and
listen to the voice.
And
that's all.
I don't want to listen. I want to get my autograph. You know what I mean? So when I'm in my rocking chair 20 years from now, I can be able to pick up my book by the Joel Manning.
Sign, autograph.
Raymond Reefer getting a wide delivery from Mckenny Clarke.
Gets off the mark.
Yeah. That's what we were talking about, that wasted fielder, Ned down on the backward point. You gotta build pressure. You just don't allow people to just get runs. Barbados a 52 for 4. I'm still trying to work out in the back of my mind if the academy understands the position that they've placed themselves in. And if they do, then they need to find some energy, create pressure. Fielders are being caught on their heels. If you're close, you got to be looking to stop runs.
Yeah, Vern over there in the Sir Frank Worrell, at the Sir Frank Worrell Memorial Ground in St. Augustine, Trinidad. Guyana Harpy Eagles have reduced CCC to 185 for 9. Big inward movement there from around the wicket. So skillful stuff. But Brathwaite survives. Just caught in the crease. Wasn't sure whether to go forward or back. And that's the thing we were speaking about yesterday. That shot off the hip, a little clip, is almost routine. It's not a shot you even think about. But just here, with the field set the way it is, it's just caused Brathwaite to pause for thought. Something you don't necessarily want to do too much as a batter. Want to just react.
So 2 runs out of the over. Barbados leading by 53. Could say they're 53 for 4. That's what Drake's very itchy in the Barbados dugout. Ryan Hines taking his morning stroll with his towel. First he was sitting on the banks, now he's gotten up.
So I think you could fully expect over there at the Frank Worrell ground, Vernon, for Guyana to get full bowling points here. Just the one wicket. Actually, no, it's only in the first innings. Only in the first innings.
Still sets it up nicely.
It does.
Because
In terms of them getting a win,
yeah, their
get
game
maximum points.
their game will be finished today, so we know for sure that the championship will be decided on the 4th day. And it will be maybe point something, as I like Joel is indicating it, 0.2 or point, could be something, I don't know. But somebody will be screaming. They'll be looking back at those ruined chances of missing out of getting a batting point here or a batting point there or fast bowling point there. Just want the cricket West Indies to really adjust the pace bowling scenario, because when we look on some of the team sheets, Mali, we just see situations where somebody says this person is a pace bowler, this person is a pace bowler or a fast bowler. In the West Indies Academy lineup, they have got 5 fast bowlers in the context, 2 on the bench still. I think I remember seeing Casey Carty was also a fast bowler for the Leeward Islands.
He bowls medium, innit? That's what we were speaking about yesterday, even concerning Kevlon Anderson picking up a 5-fer as well. With his medium pace.
To be honest with you, Mali, I take out this fast bowling and batting points thing and tell you to go out there and work hard and win the game.
I think, well, you see, these things were brought in at different times, weren't they? In reaction to maybe what CWI wanted to see a bit more of. Maybe a bit more development of fast bowlers. And this one was aerial. Did that hit him in the helmet? I think it did. Went on the full.
You see that, Jason?
Hit him somewhere on the body.
I think it hit him on the pad. Bounce here.
Just
yeah, that would have to stick, Mali.
Yes, definitely. But we've seen those stick.
That would have
Not
to
necessarily in hands either. in an elbow, under a shoulder.
Somewhere. They will have to stick. He's very, 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 very close.
Under an armpit as well. We've seen that a few times.
They're going to need some luck here in the academy. But I like the aggression. Here we go. Pressure again on Brathwaite.
What it's done, though, this field, it's just forced Brathwaite to be a bit more proactive.
Morning, Milton Small.
Even on those, you want to see him commit himself a bit more to those strokes.
Yeah.
He's got to really make those fielders in close a bit wary.
Pensive there in his approach now. Brathwaite. Ooh. Pressure mountain. And it's changed the context because he's the captain. So, but as you rightly said, Mali, when he get bad balls, he got to put them away. He's got to make a statement.
He does.
Said to Teddy Bishop, no, you can't bowl that line. You know, I'm going to hammer it.
Especially against Joshua Bishop as well. He's as much of a banker for this West Indies Academy team as there is. Especially with the ball. You pretty much know what you're going to get out of him more often than not. That's why he's bowled the amount of overs that he has, especially in the second innings. It's very important in the makeup of this West Indies Academy bowling lineup. Also sends a message to him. You know, puts pressure back onto the so-called best bowler in this team.
And he's the leading wicket taker so far.
Yeah, and it also would throw the plans of a Teddy Bishop into disarray if he's now starting to think that he'll have to rotate his banker as opposed to rotating everyone from the media center end.
Yon Lane, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 30 runs, 1 wicket. Raymond Simmons, 11 overs, 1 maiden, 32 runs, 1 wicket. Mckenny Clarke starting his 9th over. Before this, 8 overs, no maidens, 23 runs, no wickets. Caddy Melina, the lone over for 4 runs. But Joshua Bishop, 20 overs, 6 maidens, 25 runs, 2 wickets. And Ned Bowles, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 26 runs, no wicket. Barbados, 54 for 4.
Yeah, he's into the 40s now. Into the 40s now is Josh Bishop. The 4 wickets he's picked up so far in this match. Came into this game at 37.
He's 41 as we speak and climbing.
Just there where Raymond Reefer played that shot. It was a good stroke, wasn't it? That's the kind of stroke that gets a batter into his innings, especially early.
Still need a second slip for Mckenny Clarke.
Not only that. Oh, he's driven that sweetly.
Yeah, it's almost like a friendly half volley. Teddy Bishop will have to do better to pull that back. No, he doesn't. Stay on your feet, son, and stop the ball.
Yeah, you would expect a player of Reefer's class to put that away.
That point that you're talking about, Mali, that field out a deep point, wasted so early in Reefer's innings.
Just here on the pitch next to the one we're playing on. The previous delivery to the 4 being hit, Reefer played quite a nice straight drive. It was a little aerial. You see the extra cover in the position where he is, almost back on the imaginary circle. You'd love to see him just on that green pitch there in the eye line of a Reefer as well, especially if you've already got point back on the boundary. Maybe just force him to look to hit the ball a bit square or more squarer. Brings the edge into play. Maybe goes searching for something that's not quite there. But you've got to give him something to look at in terms of the big open spaces on this offside.
I'd love to have a mic to ask Teddy Bishop, why is Yon Lane not bowling? We really love to have that scenario. Lane just looks like a lonely man down on fine leg. After he made the breakthrough.
Got to play these mind games as well. It's a very mental game. This one's dug in. Would that have carried to a short leg? It was in the air.
Certainly would have. He had some pace on it too. Because he bent his back.
Real surprise delivery, that.
That's what you were talking about, Mali. With Reefer low on confidence. You want to play on his mind. Build that pressure. Don't know if we need that deep backward square leg feeler, really, to be honest with you. Because Reefer's never known.
Point in particular.
Reefer's never known to be somebody who's going to take you on to hook, more or less.
Backward point on the boundary for me.
That's what he does. Plays the ball into that area. Over comes to an end. A boundary out of it. I think the 3rd for the morning. And Barbados 148 for 4. They lead by 58 runs.
You're right, actually, because where Jordan Johnson is, a deep square boundary, just obscured by one of these poles here in the media center. So I wasn't picking him up. Came into shot after the over as he's going to change positions now. Definitely wasted when you have Johan Lane as well in a very wide fine leg position. Bring him up.
Conversations taking place. They're relying. Bishop has got to put in some work. But when do you bring Ned?
Bishop's doing a good job for them, so.
Right.
Until something changes.
He's going to have to bowl almost all day here from that end. They just have to take their catches, Mali. They got to be on the alert. They have to believe. If they get Bratwit, they're in the game. He's key. And to be honest with you, Mally, if I was Joshua Bishop, I'd be tossing it up just above the eye line of Craig Brathwaite, the Barbados captain.
Yeah, different strokes for different folks, right?
Yes.
Trying to lure him, tempt him, maybe not the strongest aspect of his game, especially against spin. Tends to weigh his spinners down, something similar to that. Doesn't really look to take him on.
Jordan Johnson, no big effort there. Just ambling, going at the ball.
It's also not the biggest sweeper. So he doesn't have that many scoring options per se. Tends to just bat time and accumulate more often than not.
Get your angles worked out here, Teddy Bishop. Get your angles worked out. Johnson is just too close. Has to give himself some room on the practice areas. And he keeps wandering around. He keeps going to his left. He's just walking. He's got to be in the game. Body language is key here. The academy has to believe 60 for 4 Barbados.
Well, speaking about the amount of bowling required out of Joshua Bishop here today, came into this match having bowled the most overs out of anyone in this 4-day championship.
A couple of the games he was without his captain Naim Young, so that had required a lot of pressure on the young man.
And guess who's a very, very close second?
Ashmi Ned?
Exactly. Would have bowled some 605 overs between them. 605.4 point. In fact, 606 overs between the pair.
The first boundary, Mally, off of Bishop this morning by Brathwaite.
You can see why he's been bowling such a long spell. It's been economical. He's played a role in terms of just providing that control for the West Indies Academy.
Still a young man, really, by the context, Joshua Bishop.
His run rate, what, 2.59 now? They'll be pretty comfortable with that rate. The West Indies Academy, that is.
21 overs, 6 maidens, 31 runs, 2 wickets. Certainly put his hand up as a match winner.
So far, Akeem Ogis, he's top scored in the match, 76. Craig Brathwaite, though, just inching along.
Something is wrong, Mally. I can't get the maths work out here. Lane is pulled, Mckenny Clarke is pulled, and now we're going back for Simmons. Why would you take off your wicket taker?
Mckenny Clarke was doing quite well as well. Maybe they've just, maybe this is the ploy, to be fair. Come out here and they've said we're going to, Josh, probably Ashmead, you'll do the bulk of the work, maybe from the CIU road end, and we'll just rotate our pacers throughout the day, 3-4 over spells the most. That's all I can take out of that so far.
Too easy, too easy. The backward point, you got to bring him into the circle. Its net is wasted. The deep backward square. The academy is on top.
And Raymond Reef is the type of player where you want to exert as much pressure as possible early. He's a guy that could bat for long periods. Does a lot of the basics well. Not overly expansive. So you want to put a player like that under as much pressure as you can early. Let's come back for that leg slip fielder to, it's like Ogis to Brathwaite. Also got Lane there at fine leg. So 2 men behind square on the leg side. Making it 5 men on the leg side overall.
To be honest with you, I don't know if I understand your ploy when you're talking about the leg step because you want to get back with to more or less.
Especially with the new ball early. But maybe the horse would have bolted in terms of that tactic. It's all about when you use these tactics. Oh, maybe not. And that's exactly what you want. That's almost an academic shot. Just a bit too wide there. Akeem Ogis, especially as we said, with Johan Lane already positioned at fine leg. Not sure what's the... So, tactically, they've been there or thereabouts, but just lacking in that execution, it must be said.
Barbados 65 for 4.
I think he wants to take even another step to his right, Akeem Ogis. When you think about it, with the amount of cricket played, and also the amount of cricket shown, not just on TV, but streamed on YouTube and the like, it's taken them far too long to recognize that as a wicket-taking option against Craig Brathwaite, someone who you would have seen play for years. These are some of the little things I think we need to catch up on.
The other thing,
to catch up to the rest of the world, you know. We have to be a little sharper. Overall, not just West Indies Academy, overall.
And it would show, Mali, when this 4-day competition is completed. Because if you look back at some of the scores in terms of how some of the teams were bowled out, you realize that they would have missed by the fine print, by not reading the fine print and understanding that, listen, we're trying to get batting points, you're trying to get, you know, whenever you're batting, so the approach and when you get in. I can remember a couple of years ago, Mali, Winston Benjamin was the head coach of the Hurricanes. And we got bowled out for 299, Mali, when we were trying to search to be able to get one more batting point. I mean, these are the situations that you're talking about.
Yeah, truly understanding the match situations. And even though you don't want to look too far ahead, one must be always calculating different scenarios, what the different permutations could be. There must be someone in the backroom staff solely that should be their job.
And when you go into the dressing room, Ali, the goals and objectives must be there, along with the team plans in terms of what we're trying to achieve, so that you know that session by session, and then you just keep ticking the boxes.
Roles clearly defined. That's another thing a lot of players are still searching for. Designated roles. Roles that are clearly defined to them, exactly what's being asked out of them, not just in matches, but on the day-to-day as a professional. Especially, as you said, with the advent of this professional franchise system here in the Caribbean.
Because from here, Mali, from the franchise setup, you go into the test level. What happens when you walk into a West Indies dressing room with a Darren Sammy, and they have all these nuggets all placed all around? You could be confused. Teddy, you gotta feel that ball. There's just a little sloppiness just coming into the West Indies Academy fielding. You know, they're just gingerly walking around, they're just waiting.
And in fact, that's something I've noticed with quite a few spinners in this 4-day championship around the region. A real reluctance to field off their own bowling. It's almost remarkable, like they're trying to save their hands, or you do understand to an extent, but nah. Gotta be as committed as well. to fielding and catching off your own bowling, as you'd expect out of the fielders there with you.
And that culture we saw in the under 15 too as well, Mali.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I've seen it throughout the region, not just at the senior level, but also at the junior level. It's a lot of catches going down, return catches, techniques actually, something you think can be worked on. Bowlers must be getting into that strong fielding and catching position after delivering in their follow-through. A position which can allow them to spring either side, right or left.
And run out. And run out.
Yeah, I
and
really think it's a technique.
run out the batsman.
It's a real technique.
Oh gosh, this is a poor effort here again. The academy, the wheels are just falling off. You have to understand, Craig Brathwaite, he's looking for 100. And so you have to be able to, that's just one focus of him here right now. He's the engine. He drives this Barbados batting lineup. You have to remove him. You have to restrict him. You got to keep building pressure.
Highest score of the match now. It's not that's not his most comfortable shot there, as you could tell. Didn't make the best contact, but
Yeah, should have put that one away anyhow.
as we were saying, these close fielders though have maybe just brought a little out of Craig Brathwaite here in terms of his proactivity against the spinners. Well, the spinner in Bishop.
The attitude, there needs to be a mindset. The academy just going through the motion, nobody chirping on, everybody just laying languishingly, just going down maybe in his mind.
Well, you can see they've already conceded here in terms of the close fielders, just getting rid of quite a lot of that protective equipment, helmet, leg guards, which tells you they're probably going to a different ploy now.
Again, once you're talking about being patient, because it's working, you know, and because you don't see the results, don't mean that you move. You just continue to keep working away at it.
The good thing is they haven't bowled too many boundary balls, have they? So
Well,
they've still remained in some semblance of control. This leads 72 now, though.
they've had 4 for the morning. A deep backward point, Mali. Deep backward square. Put Raymond Reefer under some pressure. Don't allow him to just get a single on the leg side or a single on the offside that easy.
Yeah, Jordan Johnson definitely not needed. I'll pack this offside field even more at this stage. Change of ploy. Look to ring it up. Really just be professional. Not try to do anything too special in these conditions. Look to bowl straight. Ring up the field on the offside. If anything, the gaps are square.
No,
That would give you a good chance as well of removing a Raymond Reefer.
inform Raymond Reefer would hit her with that full toss.
It's actually a slower ball from Ramon Simmons. Reefer actually picked it, just waited that split second. We're seeing a few slower balls and stuff starting to creep into the armory of these fast bowlers in particular. Maybe just recognizing the conditions here. Goes short once again. That's the second time he's been a little uncomfortable with those short deliveries. It was Mckenny Clarke previously. Maybe he's just slightly deterred by that man, Jordan Johnson. Maybe we may just have to concede. I don't know, Vern. What do you think?
I think he's wasted. He will never, he will never field a ball in this game, man.
He may not field it, but as we were saying, sometimes a defensive position can end up having
A wicket-taking option.
yeah, and a wicket-taking consequence.
What do you think would be the in the Barbados dressing room, Vasbert Drakes, Ryan Hines. What do you think is the context here this morning, Mally?
I'm not so sure. You can tell they're obviously a very confident team. I noticed that the last time they were here against Guyana, they were behind in that match. Came very close.
I think Niall Smith broke
Came very close to winning that match though.
That wicket of Jason Holder leg before.
That partnership with Warwick and Holder at the time.
Yeah.
Just there again, uncomfortable. In that blind spot area, as they'd say. But based on how Yogi Lane just chased that ball, definitely not injured. Vern, so he's been taken off. Obviously a tactical decision. Yeah, they were a confident bunch. Look at the body language, quite relaxed. If I was them, they know they came into this match maybe up against it slightly. They'd need things to go their way, other results to go their way in order to have any chance of winning this championship.
They just didn't bat well in the first innings.
But yeah, that's where they'd look back and say, we lost control of this match. Ideally would have been hoping to bat once in these conditions.
Well, they won the toss.
Exactly.
So you would want to be able to get 350 against this West Indies Academy team.
Coming off a big, massive win in that previous round
against the Leeward Islands. But with a rust and chase.
With a rust and chase. Scoring heavily as well.
And taking wickets.
But the team scored quite heavily. Craig Brathwaite came back into some form, scored a big 100 as well.
That was it. That was the foundation that really knocked the win out of the Leeward Islands attack. Scoring 500 and counting.
So that's where they look back and say, probably didn't give ourselves the best chance with that decision. And it was good batting conditions. Yes, it was a bit overcast. Yes, we had a few rain interruptions. Can be quite difficult, especially on the batters, but it's also difficult on the bowlers. They've got to get warm. Then rain comes, they run off, get cold, have to get warm again. So it poses different challenges for different players, but Barbados, in these conditions.
So you're Teddy Bishop. Do you go back to Joshua Bishop here, Mally? You're the skipper.
I would. He's providing the control I'd want at this stage. It looks like it's going to be Neddy. At the end of the day, he can't bowl forever as well. You know, we don't want to bowl him into the ground. And Ned only bowled 7 overs in the second inning so far. So time for Neddy to do some work, I guess.
And his fingers must be, as you rightly said, based on the amount of overs that he has bowled so far.
Yeah, lots. We'll probably get close to 400 by the time this season's done.
Must be bruising there.
See how many he bowled in the first innings.
Quite a bit as well, too.
Actually, just 10.5 for him.
And that was because
easy day.
Well, that was because Barbados got bowled out.
So he wasn't even required. He just mopped up the tail.
Just mopped up the tail. So the lead is 73. Barbados score 163 for 4. It's day 3 of this Cricket West Indies 4-day championship. 8 teams, 7 rounds. We're looking for 1 champion for 2024. $250,000 up for grabs. Lame effort there from the fielder. Ken, we're talking about the fielders getting into the right position and into the angles. You have to be in the right positions. Don't think Raymond Simmons is a cover fielder. He needs to go to backward point. Jordan Johnson needs to go in that area.
Backward point could be a high traffic area here as well. So
Well, cover too.
Exactly. So either way, he's just got to feel the ball.
He's getting too close. Has to give himself some room.
Yeah, what he doesn't want is to be beaten on his left side.
And that's what's been happening, Mali, because he's just getting too close. Give yourself some room. You're not looking to save a single. It's not a one-day game, so you have to be conservative. In fact, I think I need a special favor, Mali.
What's that?
Whenever Big Joe decides to bring this book, I want cameras. I have to take that on ABS. Yeah, so we'll be there. So we'll get our official photos signed on television. That's the request that I'm looking for.
Well, put in your request.
I'm trying. That's why I just said to you, Mali.
It may cost you.
Will be good publicity for him as well too. Might sell maybe another 100. You don't have to give Big Joe a hard time. Whipped away. Academy. They found one in here. Partnership 32 from 65. 166 for 4. Craig Bratwitt is 77. The lead is 76. Mali. And I don't know. The game just meandering on.
Yeah, it's just meandering. Barbados really fighting to assert some sort of dominance in this match. The sort of control that would allow them to push for a win here.
So good morning to the folks all around the Caribbean in Barbados, in Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago, Guyana, Montserrat, Anguilla, St. Martin, St. Kitts and Nevis, Antigua and Barbuda, all around the world, United States, Bermuda, wherever you're viewing us. We thank you for supporting West Indies cricket. Gripping game here still, 167 for 4.
Change of tact from Simmons, just changing his angle. Still kept in that fine leg though.
Yeah. A lot of cricket still to be played in the Caribbean. We got the men's 9th edition of the men's T20 World Cup. West Indies and the United States of America. 6 venues in the Caribbean, 3 in the United States of America. This weekend we have Antigua and Barbuda Cricket Association 40-day competition continuing. I've not seen Mali Richards turn out yet. Maybe he might turn out for the Cool and Smooth T20 tournament. We never know.
That's happening this year?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right here at Coolidge Cricket Grounds.
When?
On the 20th of July.
Is it? Brilliant.
We also have the Cool and Smooth version in St. Kitts and Nevis starting next week.
20th of July. So that should be going through the Antigua Carnival time as well.
More or less. You also have the Fairbreak Women's Tournament, which is on the 2nd to the 14th of July, right here also at Coolidge Cricket Ground. 120 women international cricketers.
Okay. That was formerly in what? Abu Dhabi,
Abu
Dubai?
Dhabi, yeah. I think Hong Kong as well too.
Yes, Hong Kong actually. Hong Kong.
Hong Kong. And then in the region, we come back. You have the Cricket West Indies Under 19 tournament, June 30th to July 31st in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The Girls Under 19 Cricket West Indies tournament, June 30th to July 14th, Trinidad and Tobago. Jason's big country. You're on the 17th, August 11th to September 3rd, 2024, Trinidad and Tobago. And you can't forget the schools tournament, the Sir Garfield Sobers International Schools Cricket Tournament, June 30th to July 15th. And you know the big one, the Republic Bank Caribbean Premier League, starting on the 29th of August, right here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Big game, Antigua and Barbuda Falcons taking on the St. Kitts Nevis Patriots. 8 p.m. game time. Groundsman getting ready to be in position at the end of the stint. It will be Joel Manning coming to take over the reins. Oh, you want him to bring the rain, Jason?
The rain coming to take over. Which one is it?
Something.
Okay.
I just given him a tagline for his next book. We've had some great fun here, man. We want to thank Jason, man, and the 360 crew. It's been really magnificent working with these guys and all of our cameraman, Donnie, and the big man from Tobago. Done an excellent job. We look forward to continuing this partnership. We learned so much from Amali Richards and Joel Manning.
This is something we know Craig Battle can do. He'll just keep batting and batting and batting, but will it be enough for Barbados here?
Don't know. So at the break, 167 for 4. Craig Brathwaite, the Barbados Pride captain, is 78 not out from 182 deliveries. And if I know him, he's eyeing 100.
Oh, definitely.
Raymond Reefer is 12. We take a quick water break, and when you come back, you'll hear the voice of Mali Richards and Joel Manning.
Back from a much needed refreshment break here at Coolidge with Barbados Pride, sitting on 167 for 4. Skipper Craig Brathwaite, some might call him the Rock of Gibraltar. He's still out there, and he's keeping this innings together for his side. A very important innings as well, given how things currently stand in the points table. Probably, when you look at the points that have been earned across this round number 7, it tells you that maybe how things are shaping up, Barbados Pride might be in the best position to take the championship this year. Guyana obviously still in that hunt, and the only people that can spoil that party would be the Windward Islands Volcanoes, but it will take what is a Herculean effort on their part, given the lead that the Leeward Islands have on them at the moment. And should they pull that off in a chase, Mali, you can absolutely say they deserve the title this year, the Windwards.
100%.
Back here they're at Coolidge, and it's Ashmead Ned, the left arm spinner, bowling to the left-handed batter in Raymond Reefer.
Obviously the Leeward Islands, coming from the Leeward Islands. Coming from the Leeward Islands, you'd want to see the Leeward Islands win a title. But from an overall West Indian cricket perspective, the Windwards yet to win a 4-day championship. Don't think you'd fault them, as you said, Joe. If they could chase down what would be a pretty substantial 4th innings chase. 4th innings total. All for Barbados to do here. They've got pretty much got it in their hands.
Yeah, they do, and what they have is the added advantage of how things are shaping up right now in that Guyana match. The fact that it's into Guyana's now their 2nd innings. They require now 171 runs, Guyana, for victory there. So by the end of today, we'll know the maximum points that Guyana have collected.
Yeah.
By my calculation, it probably might be around maybe 105, 105.2 that Guyana might be able to get to. In fact, I'll take a quick look to see the bowlers that took the wickets for Guyana in that 2nd innings. 167 for 4.
I think just 2 fast bowling wickets in that 2nd innings for Guyana. Thorne and Smith with 1 apiece. In fact, he got 2.
Yeah, so
3 overall fast bowling wickets. I think that scoreboard card's been playing games with me today.
so in fact probably might end up maybe around 103.8 Guyana, maybe 104 or so by the end of it. Just based on that. Yeah, Barbados Pride, should they be able to pull off victory here and also collect those fast bowling points, probably might sit at the top of that table and take that championship in 2024. Johan Lane back to bowl. He starts on the money to Craig Brathwaite.
What we must remember as well, the bonus points awarded only for performances in the first 110 overs of each first innings.
Just honing in on those pads at the moment.
At least Easy on Lane's back. Just bowled 2 overs in that first spell. Picked up the wicket of Kevin Wickham. Don't mind that from Lane. It's just showing that tendency at times to push the ball down the leg side to the right-handed batter. Saw that wicket on the wicket of Wickham. Just started that ball outside off. Touchdown just on about that off stump. Inward movement. Caught on the crease. I think that's his mode of bowling. We want to see that a bit more often from him. Still a very young man though.
Had to fetch that one from a mile outside the off stump. Craig Brathwaite. A bit of a fumble allows them to get back for the second quite easily as well.
I think even on that shot, maybe just illustrating Craig Brathwaite recognizing that Barbados maybe need to get a move on as well. Need to constantly be scoring, looking to up this rate, probably get it up to 3, 3.5. Thought I heard a no ball call there, but it wasn't. End of that lane over. 169 for Barbados. Brathwaite approaching a 65th first class 100 on 80 now, just 20 away. Already has 200 so far this season. So looking to round up or round off what would be yet another productive first class season for the West Indies captain, Test captain that is. The bigger question is, what does Reefer do? How does he go about it here? Brathwaite already set. He's faced 33 deliveries already. Is he just going to bat normally? Look to get a score himself. He's been under a bit of pressure.
Just looking at the scenario, I reckon he can continue in the fashion that he is at the moment, especially in looking towards getting towards that lunch interval. I think we leave the game pretty open should another wicket fall here before lunch. Platform not set just yet. Naturally, yes, need to obviously put on a bit more runs. Barbados Prairie, but at the moment, it's about setting up that platform and the ability to control the game here. Don't necessarily want to find yourself coming down to tea and just scratching at maybe 140, 150 lead with just 2 wickets remaining.
I think from a West Indies Academy perspective, they wouldn't want to be chasing 200 and above. So with the lead already as it is, they want to at least take 80. They want to take at least another wicket in with them at the luncheon break. Be halfway through this Barbados lineup.
Just one from that over. It's 170 for 4.
Interesting game, very interesting game. Still finely poised, this match. This match could go either way. Still, yeah, the Academy have put up a good fight. Haven't allowed Barbados to get away in this second innings.
They're definitely still in that position whereby it could swing either direction.
Double strike here, wicket here. Barbados just continue batting as serenely as they have. Going to lunch, 4 down. They'll take a lot of confidence from that.
Yeah, they certainly will, and definitely what it will do as well, just slightly deflate the Academy just a bit more. Naturally, they're actually still in the game, but just because, you know, you're fighting, you're working hard and not picking up the wickets, it might just play on the mental side of things, and that's the interesting thing about cricket. And the interesting thing about life is the type of pressure that we create
Exactly
on ourselves when it doesn't actually exist, because still in a fantastic position, the West Indies Academy at the moment, so there is no pressure on them. Just need to remain doing what they're doing at the moment. But the longer they're made to wait, no ball call there,
this time.
the flatter they might start to get. All of a sudden, 1 or 2 mistakes start to creep in, then all of a sudden you realize, okay, 2 boundaries now happening in the over here and there, full toss here, down the leg side, clipped away, and all of a sudden the momentum starts to go for Barbados Pride. But once again, they need to find themselves in that position, Barbados Pride, and as such, yeah, just keep batting as they are at the moment.
But with Barbados effectively 81 for 4. The West Indies Academy would take that if you would have asked them yesterday. Just how this second innings would go. It's all about from here now, though. What do they do to create opportunities? Especially with Raymond Reefer. You're not too disappointed in the situation if Brathwaite just continues batting in his serene manner. Maybe not the most aggressive of batters that could take a bowling attack apart.
The interesting thing about it from a West Indies Academy perspective, and I think I was mentioning it a little earlier with Vernon, is that I don't think from a West Indies Academy perspective that they necessarily have to look to create too many chances, because even though it is evenly poised, they actually sit a lot better or more comfortable in the driver's seat of this scenario, given that they would love to win, but they don't have to force that win. All of that pressure at the moment falls on Barbados Pride, and as such, at some stage, you know that they must accelerate to put themselves in that position. And when that happens, that is when those chances start to be created. But at the moment, just that mixture of that pressure from the fielder second at the moment, but the protection as well with having a couple guys on the boundary. So instead of, you know, that one that gets worked away through the offside, going for 4, all of a sudden it's just 1. And it just means that you're able to carry the game even deeper from a Barbados Pride perspective as well. So I think that they can continue to be consistent in terms of the lines and lengths that they're bowling, and they've actually started very fantastic in terms of what they've bowled. They've not been loose for the morning. Yes, you will get occasional boundary balls here and there, but they've been fewer, in fact, than we've seen in the first innings as well. So if they can remain consistent with what they're bowling at the moment, and at some stage just wait for that Barbados Pride to come at them, that is when those moments get created. Because you know they have no choice but to come Barbados Pride, because of the fact that they're the ones who are in that position to take the championship. So they must come at you at some stage. So if you force them to take it deeper, all of a sudden the balls that are leaving outside the off stump are the ones they have to start slashing at maybe after lunch, closer to tea. You find that edge, you find that mistake, and all of a sudden the wickets that you weren't taking in morning session, they come in a bundle after lunch.
Rain's here, bit of drizzle now. Coolidge.
And this is, funny enough, the other factor that will play against Barbados Pride.
The weather.
This weather. At some stage, even though you cannot account for rain, they must account for the fact that there will be interruptions both today and tomorrow, which means at some stage, even probably quicker than they might want to, must accelerate because they have no choice but to win here.
We're going to go off. The groundsman coming on with the covers. I agree with you, Joe. I think one thing that would give Barbados some level of solace as well is the fact that the West Indies Academy not batting the best at the moment. Take a bit of a break here, though, as the rain comes down at the CCG. You can join us back in about 5 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes. We'll update you on proceedings.
I've got Mckenny Clarke alongside of me playing here in the First Class Championship with the West Indies Academy. Mckenny, first of all, how are you doing today?
I'm doing good, thank you. How about you?
Not too shabby. I don't need to get people asking me how I am, but thank you for that. So to get the nerves out of the way, right, I can take you away from cricket. And one thing I know that you enjoy is occasionally dancing. I don't know if you dance well or not, but between you and Kevin Wickham, who's the better dancer?
I have to give it to Kevin.
You have to give it to Kevin?
Yeah, I have to give it to
Is it
Kevin.
because he's going to watch this or because you believe this?
I believe it.
No problem. Let me bring you back to the cricket field. How have you been enjoying your time with the West Indies Academy?
I must say it's a good bunch of players. I love the camaraderie within the team. We just do what we have to do on the cricket field, back each other 100% and enjoy it at the end of the day.
Yeah, and you've been with them for some time now. What do you say that you've learned since being a part of the academy setup?
I would say patience in terms of red ball skills, being patient for longer, field setting, learning from the captain. Naeem was playing around the world playing some cricket, so learning different things in terms of white ball and red ball from him. Yeah.
So you said patience. That means that you were impatient before.
Just always want to get wickets.
No problem. But you talked about red ball. I want to take you to the white ball side of things. I had a little ear in my throat. Forgive me. But I want to take you to things like the CPL and things like the ILT20 now. For CPL, what was that experience like for you, especially like getting your cap and playing with St. Lucia franchise?
It was really great. Really grateful for the opportunity from St. Lucia. It's good to be playing at home for your first CPL. We had a little more comfort. The likes of Darren Sammy, head coach, Floyd Reefer, assistant coach. So a little more comfort, less nerves, because you know you have people backing you and believing in you all the time.
You had a chance to even travel much further. You went across to Abu Dhabi. What was that experience like for you, just being, amongst those type of names and in that type of a setup?
For me, it was the quality of the guys. Just coming to the game, doing what you have to do, get done, do your job, and be persistent with it. I was there with Bravo, Paulie, Pooh, just learn from them, playing at the highest level, international cricket, field setting, bowl different balls, your variation. And one thing Bravo always told me in white ball, always get your yorker right. That's the best ball to bowl in a white ball game. So that's something I learned, executed that well. So good for me. No
problem. And finally, back to the personal side of things for you. What do you enjoy most about cricket?
To be honest, just playing as a team. Once my teammates are bubbly, as I always tell Carl when I'm on the field, let's just make some noise and have fun and enjoy the game. That's it for me. No problem. Well, there you have it. And that's the end of our chat today. Still nervous? Nah. There we go. But yeah, that's a wrap for today.
And that's pulled away nicely. That's 4 more. So that's 50 for Bowen Tuckett.
I've grabbed Carlin Bowen Tuckett out of the nets, directly out of the nets. How was that net session for you just now?
To be honest, it was a little bit difficult. The nets wasn't playing as best because the rain, so I enjoyed the challenge.
No problem. No. Before we get to the whole cricket thing, I want to take you to your Instagram. So, I think in your profile header, you have 1 of 1, but you spell it with W-O-N, correct?
Yes, please.
Yeah, talk to me a bit about that.
Well, to be honest, I saw it off somebody caption. I was like, kind of pretty cool because in life you want to win. So that's what I focus on, and I was like, it's a little bit cool because now people say 1 of 1, but you could be 1 and still a winner. But with cricket, it's a team, so I just thought it was kind of cool to have it.
All right. Because I was wondering, I figured it would be O-N-E. But let's bring it now to the cricket because in terms of winning that kind of stuff, would you say that this season, this first class season, has been a winning one for you personally?
Yeah, I think so. It being my first class season, I think I've been coming into my own, and just the fellas encouraging me just to continue to do your best. So I think it has been a good one so far.
Yeah, so 300 plus runs already for this season. In terms of goals that you had for yourself, would you say that you're ticking off the goals for this season?
Yes, sir.
No problem. And take me then to kind of like what were those goals for you this season?
Well, my goals were just getting to myself, just making sure that I belong here, proving to myself that I belong here, especially like keeping a lot of overs, making sure that my body is fit enough with the batting, just making sure I average over 30. So I'm doing pretty good in that. So just kind of personal goals, but also winning with the team.
No problem. So you would say that things are going well for you here in this season, but I want to take you back even further than that to what would have been that Ireland Academy series. And when you look at it, you would say that maybe it wasn't the best of series, especially with the bat for you. So I want to ask you, what did you learn from that Ireland series?
Well, the first thing was belief. I think I didn't have much belief in myself before, but no. I think just taking into my own, taking my time, as we see a lot of players here are very attacking, score very fast, but I learned to understand now that I'm not that type of player. So just playing to my own and putting the team first and not me personally.
No problem. So then, what I guess were the changes that you made between that Ireland series and now here with this first class season?
I think personally playing the ball more straighter, taking my time and building the innings, not trying to go with the other batsman who has been there all the time. So just building the innings.
Finally, away from the game, for you personally, why the sport of cricket? Like, why have you chosen to be involved in cricket?
Well, to be honest, cricket has been with me since I was born because my father used to play cricket and he's an umpire now. So basically, the only thing I knew was cricket and I enjoy it. So that's my passion, really.
No problem. And given that's your passion, what's the feeling that you get, walking out there, gloves on hand with the West Indies cap? What's the feeling that you get when you cross that rope knowing that you're about to start another day of cricket?
I get a sense of pride because I feel very blessed also because not everybody able to do that, especially like straight out under 19. So I just feel blessed, really.
No problem. Well, one round of cricket left to go. All the best in it, and thanks for chatting to me.
Thank you, thank you.
Dad! Dad!
Is that real?
आप लोगों को नजर आ रहे हैं?
Well hit. Away it goes. That is a ridiculous. And look at this.
I've got Mckenny Clarke alongside of me playing here in the First Class Championship with the West Indies Academy. Mckenny, first of all, how are you doing today?
I'm doing good, thank you. How about you?
Not too shabby. I don't need to get people asking me how I am, but thank you for that. So to get the nerves out of the way, right, I can take you away from cricket. And one thing I know that you enjoy is occasionally dancing. I don't know if you dance well or not, but between you and Kevin Wickham, who's the better dancer?
I have to give it to Kevin.
You have to give it to Kevin?
Yeah, I have to give it to
Is it
Kevin.
because he's going to watch this or because you believe this?
I believe it.
No problem. Let me bring you back to the cricket field. How have you been enjoying your time with the West Indies Academy?
I must say it's a good bunch of players. I love the camaraderie within the team. We just do what we have to do on the cricket field, back each other 100% and enjoy it at the end of the day.
Yeah, and you've been with them for some time now. What do you say that you've learned since being a part of the academy setup?
I would say patience in terms of red ball skills, being patient for longer, field setting, learn from the captain. Naeem was being around the world playing some cricket, so learning different things in terms of white ball and red ball from him. Yeah.
So you said patience. That means that you were impatient before.
Just always want to get wickets.
No problem. But you talked about red ball. I want to take you to the white ball side of things. I had a little ear in my throat. Forgive me. But I want to take you to things like the CPL and things like the ILT20 now. For CPL, what was that experience like for you, especially like getting your cap and playing with St. Lucia franchise?
It was really great. Really grateful for the opportunity from St. Lucia. It's good to be playing at home for your first CPL. We had a little more comfort. The likes of Darren Sammy, head coach, Floyd Reefer, assistant coach. So a little more comfort, less nerves, because you have people backing you and believing in you all the time.
You had a chance to even travel much further. You went across to Abu Dhabi. What was that experience like for you, just being, amongst those type of names and in that type of a setup?
For me, it was the quality of the guys. Just coming to the game, doing what you have to do, get done, do your job, and be persistent with it. I was there with Bravo, Paulie, Pooh, just learn from them, playing at the highest level, international cricket, field setting, different balls, your variation. And one thing Bravo always told me in white ball, always get your yorker right. That's the best ball to bowl in a white ball game. So that's something I learned, executed that well. So good for me. No
problem. And finally, back to the personal side of things for you. What do you enjoy most about cricket?
To be honest, just playing as a team. Once my teammates are bubbly, as I always tell Carl when I'm on the field, let's just make some noise and have fun, enjoy the game. That's it for me.
No problem. Well, there you have it. And that's the end of our chat today. Still nervous?
Nah.
There we go. But yeah, that's a wrap for today.
And that's pulled away nicely. That's 4 more. So that's 50 for Bowen Tuckett.
I've grabbed Carlin Bowen Tuckett out of the nets, directly out of the nets. How was that net session for you just now?
To be honest, it was a little bit difficult. The nets wasn't playing as best because the rain, so I enjoyed the challenge.
No problem. No. Before we get to the whole cricket thing, I want to take you to your Instagram. So, I think in your profile header, you have 1 of 1, but you spell it with W-O-N, correct?
Yes, please.
Yeah, talk to me a bit about that.
Well, to be honest, I saw it off somebody caption. I was like, kind of pretty cool because in life you want to win. So that's why I focus on, and I was like, it's a little bit cool because now people say 1 of 1, but you could be 1 and still a winner. But with cricket, it's a team, so I just felt it was kind of cool to have it.
All right. Because I was wondering, you know, cause I figured it would be O-N-E. But let's bring it now to the cricket because in terms of winning that kind of stuff, would you say that this season, this first class season, has been a winning one for you personally?
Yeah, I think so. It being my first class season, I think I've been coming into my own, and just the fellas encouraging me just to continue to do your best. So I think it has been a good one so far.
Yeah, so 300 plus runs already for the season. In terms of goals that you had for yourself, would you say you're ticking off the goals for the season?
Yes, sir.
No problem. And take me then to kind of like what were those goals for you this season?
Well, my goals were just getting to myself, just making sure that I belong here, proving to myself that I belong here, especially like keeping a lot of overs, making sure that my body is fit enough with the batting, just making sure I average over 30. So I'm doing pretty good in that. So just kind of personal goals, but also winning with the team.
No problem. So you would say that things are going well for you here in this season, but I want to take you back even further than that to what would have been that Ireland Academy series. And when you look at it, you would say that maybe it wasn't the best of series, especially with the bat for you. So I want to ask you, what did you learn from that Ireland series?
Well, the first thing was belief. I think I didn't have much belief in myself before, but no. I think just taking into my own, taking my time, as we see a lot of players here are very attacking, score very fast, but I learned to understand now that I'm not that type of player. So just playing to my own and putting the team first and not me personally.
No problem. So then what, I guess, were the changes that you made between that Ireland series and now here with this first class season?
I think personally playing the ball more straighter, taking my time and building an innings, not trying to go with the other batsman who has been there all the time. So just building an innings.
Finally, away from the game, for you personally, why the sport of cricket? Like, why have you chosen to be involved in cricket?
Well, to be honest, cricket has been with me since I was born because my father used to play cricket and he's an umpire now. So basically, the only thing I knew was cricket and I enjoy it. So that's my passion, really.
No problem. And given that's your passion, what's the feeling that you get, you know, walking out there, you know, gloves on hand with the West Indies Cabinet? What's the feeling that you get when you cross that rope knowing that you're about to start another day of cricket?
I get a sense of pride because I feel very blessed also because not everybody able to do that, especially like straight out under 19. So I just feel blessed, really.
No problem. Well, 1 round of cricket left to go. All the best in it, and thanks for chatting to me.
Thank you, thank you.
Dad! Dad! Is that real?
आप लोगों को नजर आ रहे हैं?
Well hit. Away it goes. That is a ridiculous. And look at this.
I've got Mckenny Clarke alongside of me playing here in the first class championship with the West Indies Academy. Mckenny, first of all, how are you doing today?
I'm doing good, thank you. How about you?
Not too shabby. I don't need to get people asking me how I am, but thank you for that. So to get the nerves out of the way, right, I can take you away from cricket. And one thing I know that you enjoy is occasionally dancing. I don't know if you dance well or not, but between you and Kevin Wickham, who's the better dancer?
I have to give it to Kevin.
You have to give it to Kevin?
Yeah, I have to give it to
Is it
Kevin.
because he's going to watch this or because you believe this?
I believe it.
No problem. Let me bring you back to the cricket field. How have you been enjoying your time with the West Indies Academy?
I must say it's a good bunch of players. I love the camaraderie within the team. We just do what we have to do on the cricket field, back each other 100% and enjoy it at the end of the day.
Yeah, and you've been with them for some time now. What do you say that you've learned since being a part of the academy setup?
I would say patience in terms of red ball skills, being patient for longer, field setting, learn from the captain. Naeem was being around the world playing some cricket, so learning different things in terms of white ball and red ball from him. Yeah.
So you said patience. That means that you were impatient before.
Just always want to get wickets.
No problem. But you talked about red ball. I want to take you to the white ball side of things. I had a little ear in my throat. Forgive me. But I want to take you to things like the CPL and things like the ILT20 now. For CPL, what was that experience like for you, especially like getting your cap and playing with St. Lucia franchise?
It was really great. Really grateful for the opportunity from St. Lucia. It's good to be playing at home for your first CPL. We had a little more comfort. The likes of Darren Sammy, head coach, Floyd Reefer, assistant coach. So a little more comfort, less nerves, because you know you have people backing you and believing in you all the time.
You had a chance to even travel much further. You went across to Abu Dhabi. What was that experience like for you, just being, amongst those type of names and in that type of a setup?
For me, it was the quality of the guys. Just coming to the game, doing what you have to do, get done, do your job, and be persistent with it. I was there with Bravo, Paulie, Pooh, just learn from them, playing at the highest level, international cricket, field setting, bowl different balls, your variation. And one thing Bravo always told me in white ball, always get your yorker right. That's the best ball to bowl in a white ball game. So that's something I learned, executed that well. So good for me.
No problem. And finally, back to the personal side of things for you. What do you enjoy most about cricket?
To be honest, just playing as a team. Once my teammates are bubbly, as I always tell Carl around the field, let's just make some noise and have fun, enjoy the game. That's it for me.
No problem. Well, there you have it. And that's the end of our chat today. Still nervous?
Nah.
There we go. But yeah, that's a wrap for today.
And that's pulled away nicely. That's 4 more. So that's 50 for Bowen Tuckett.
I've grabbed Carlin Bowen Tuckett out of the nets, directly out of the nets. How was that net session for you just now?
To be honest, it was a little bit difficult. The nets wasn't playing as best because the rain, so I enjoyed the challenge.
No problem. No. Before we get to the whole cricket thing, I want to take you to your Instagram. So I think in your profile header you have 1 of 1, but you spell it with W-O-N, correct?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Talk to me a bit about that.
Well, to be honest, I saw it off somebody caption. I was like, find that pretty cool because in life you want to win. That's why I focus on, and I was like, it's a little bit cool because now people say 1 of 1, but you could be 1 and still a winner. But with cricket is a team, so I just thought it was kind of cool to have it.
All right. Because I was wondering, I figured it would be O-N-E. But let's bring it now to the cricket field, because in terms of winning that kind of stuff, would you say that this season, this first class season, has been a winning one for you personally?
Yeah, I think so. It being my first class season, I think I've been coming into my own, and just the fellas encouraging me just to continue to do your best. So I think it has been a good one so far.
Yeah, so 300 plus runs already for the season. In terms of goals that you had for yourself, would you say you're ticking off the goals for this season?
Yes, sir.
No problem. And take me then to kind of like, what were those goals for you this season?
Well, my goals were just getting to myself, just making sure that I belong here, proving to myself that I belong here, especially like keeping a lot of overs, making sure that my body's fit enough with the batting, just making sure I average over 30. So I'm doing pretty good in that. So just kind of personal goals, but also winning with the team.
No problem. So you would say then things are going well for you here in this season, but I want to take you back even further than that to what would have been that Ireland Academy series. And when you look at it, you would say that maybe it wasn't the best of series, especially with the bat for you. So I want to ask you, what did you learn from that Ireland series?
Well, the first thing was belief. I think I didn't have much belief in myself before, but no. I think just taking into my own, taking my time, as we see a lot of players here are very attacking, score very fast, but I learned to understand now that I'm not that type of player. So just playing to my own and putting the team first and not me personally.
No problem. So then what, I guess, were the changes that you made between that Ireland series and now here with this first class season?
I think personally playing the ball much straighter, taking my time and building an innings, not trying to go with the other batsman who has been there all the time. So just building an innings.
Finally, away from the game, for you personally, why the sport of cricket? Like, why have you chosen to be involved in cricket?
Well, to be honest, cricket has been with me since I was born because my father used to play cricket and he's an umpire now. So basically, the only thing I knew was cricket and I enjoy it. So that's my passion, really.
No problem. And given that's your passion, what's the feeling that you get, walking out there, gloves on hand with the West Indies cap? What's the feeling that you get when you cross that rope knowing that you're about to start another day of cricket?
I get a sense of pride because I feel very blessed also because not everybody able to do that, especially like straight out under 19. So I just feel blessed, really.
No problem. Well, one round of cricket left to go. All the best in it, and thanks for chatting to me.
Thank you, thank you.
Dad! Dad! Is that real?
आप लोगों को नजर आ रहे हैं?
Well hit. Away it goes. That is a ridiculous. And look at this.
I've got Mckenny Clarke alongside of me playing here in the first class championship with the West Indies Academy. Mckenny, first of all, how are you doing today?
I'm doing good, thank you. How about you?
Not too shabby. I don't need to get people asking me how I am, but thank you for that. So to get the nerves out of the way, right, I can take you away from cricket. And one thing I know that you enjoy is occasionally dancing. I don't know if you dance well or not, but between you and Kevin Wickham, who's the better dancer?
I have to give it to Kevin.
You have to give it to Kevin?
Yeah, I have to give it to
Is
Kevin.
because he's going to watch this or because you believe this?
I believe it.
No problem. Let me bring you back to the cricket field. How have you been enjoying your time with the West Indies Academy?
I must say it's a good bunch of players. I love the camaraderie within the team. We just do what we have to do on the cricket field, back each other 100% and enjoy it at the end of the day.
Yeah, and you've been with them for some time now. What do you say that you've learned since being a part of the academy setup?
I would say patience in terms of red ball skills, being patient for longer, field setting, learning from the captain. Naeem was being around the world playing some cricket, so learning different things in terms of white ball and red ball from him. Yeah.
So you said patience. That means that you were impatient before.
Just always want to get wickets.
No problem. But you talked about red ball. I want to take you to the white ball side of things. I had a little ear in my throat. Forgive me. But I want to take you to things like the CPL and things like the ILT20 now. For CPL, what was that experience like for you, especially like getting your cap and playing with St. Lucia franchise?
It was really great. Really grateful for the opportunity from St. Lucia. It's good to be playing at home for your first CPL. We had a little more comfort. The likes of Darren Sammy, head coach, Floyd Reefer, assistant coach. So a little more comfort, less nerves, because you know you have people backing you and believing in you all the time.
You had a chance to even travel much further. You went across to Abu Dhabi. What was that experience like for you, just being, amongst those type of names and in that type of a setup?
For me, it was the quality of the guys. Just coming to the game, doing what you have to do, get done, do your job, and be persistent with it. I was there with Bravo, Paulie, Pooh, just learn from them, playing at the highest level, international cricket, field setting, different balls, your variation. And one thing Bravo always told me in white ball, always get your yorker right. That's the best ball to bowl in a white ball game. So that's something I learned, executed that well. So good for me.
No problem. And finally, back to the personal side of things for you. What do you enjoy most about cricket?
To be honest, just playing as a team. Once my teammates are bubbly, as I always tell Carl when I'm on the field, let's just make some noise and have fun, enjoy the game. That's it for me.
No problem. Well, there you have it. And that's the end of our chat today. Still nervous?
Nah.
There you go. But yeah, that's a wrap for today.
And that's pulled away nicely. That's 4 more. So that's 50 for Bowen Tuckett.
I've grabbed Carlin Bowen Tuckett out of the nets, directly out of the nets. How was that net session for you just now?
To be honest, it was a little bit difficult. The nets wasn't playing as best because the rain, so I enjoyed the challenge.
No problem, no. Before we get to the whole cricket thing, I want to take you to your Instagram. So, I think in your profile header you have 1 of 1, but you spell it with W-O-N, correct?
Yes, please.
Yeah, talk to me a bit about that.
Well, to be honest, I saw it off somebody caption. I was like, find that pretty cool because in life you want to win. So that's why I focus on, and I was like, it's a little bit cool because now people say 1 of 1, but you could be 1 and still a winner. But with cricket is a team, so I just thought it was kind of cool to have it.
All right. Because I was wondering, 'cause I figured it would be O-N-E. But let's bring it now to the cricket because in terms of winning that kind of stuff, would you say that this season, this first class season, has been a winning one for you personally?
Yeah, I think so. It being my first class season, I think I've been coming into my own, and just the fellas encouraging me just to continue to do your best. So I think it has been a good one so far.
Yeah, so 300 plus runs already for this season. In terms of goals that you had for yourself, would you say you're ticking off the goals for this season?
Yes, sir.
No problem. And take me then to kind of like what were those goals for you this season?
Well, my goals were just getting to myself, just making sure that I belong here, proving to myself that I belong here. Especially like keeping a lot of overs, making sure that my body's fit enough with the batting, just making sure I average over 30. So I'm doing pretty good in that. So just kind of personal goals, but also winning with the team.
No problem. So you would say then things are going well for you here in this season, but I want to take you back even further than that to what would have been that Ireland Academy series. And when you look at it, you would say that maybe it wasn't the best of series, especially with the bat for you. So I want to ask you, what did you learn from that Ireland series?
Well, the first thing was belief. I think I didn't have much belief in myself before, but no. I think just taking into my own, taking my time, as we see a lot of players here are very attacking, score very fast, but I learned to understand now that I'm not that type of player. So just playing to my own and putting the team first and not me personally.
No problem. So then what, I guess, were the changes that you made between that Ireland series and now here with this first class season?
Well hit. Away it goes. That is a ridiculous. And look at this.
I've got Mckenny Clarke alongside of me playing here in the first class championship with the West Indies Academy. Mckenny, first of all, how are you doing today?
I'm doing good, thank you. How about you?
Not too shabby. I don't need to get people asking me how I am, but thank you for that. So to get the nerves out of the way, right, I can take you away from cricket. And one thing I know that you enjoy is occasionally dancing. I don't know if you dance well or not, but between you and Kevin Wickham, who's the better dancer?
I have to give it to Kevin.
You have to give it to Kevin?
Yeah, I have to give it to
Is
Kevin.
because he's going to watch this or because you believe this?
I believe it.
No problem. Let me bring you back to the cricket field. How have you been enjoying your time with the West Indies Academy?
I must say it's a good bunch of players. I love the camaraderie within the team. We just do what we have to do on the cricket field, back each other 100% and enjoy it at the end of the day.
Yeah, and you've been with them for some time now. What do you say that you've learned since being a part of the academy setup?
I would say patience in terms of red ball skills, being patient for longer, field setting, learn from the captain. Naeem was being around the world playing some cricket, so learning different things in terms of white ball and red ball from him. Yeah.
So you said patience. That means that you were impatient before.
Just always want to get wickets.
No problem. But you talked about red ball. I want to take you to the white ball side of things. I had a little ear in my throat. Forgive me. But I want to take you to things like the CPL and things like the ILT20 now. For CPL, what was that experience like for you, especially like getting your cap and playing with St. Lucia franchise?
It was really great. Really grateful for the opportunity from St. Lucia. It's good to be playing at home for your first CPL. We had a little more comfort. The likes of Darren Sammy, head coach, Floyd Reefer, assistant coach. So a little more comfort, less nerves, because you know you have people backing you and believing in you all the time.
You had a chance to even travel much further. You went across to Abu Dhabi. What was that experience like for you, just being, amongst those type of names and in that type of a setup?
For me, it was the quality of the guys. Just coming to the game, doing what you have to do, get done, do your job, and be persistent with it. I was there with Bravo, Paulie, Pooh, just learn from them playing at the highest level, international cricket. Field setting, bowl different balls, your variation. And one thing Bravo always told me in white ball, always get your Yorker right. That's the best ball to bowl in a white ball game. So that's something I learned, executed that well. So good for me.
No problem. And finally, back to the personal side of things for you. What do you enjoy most about cricket?
To be honest, just playing as a team. Once my teammates are bubbly, as I always tell Carl when I'm on the field, let's just make some noise and have fun, enjoy the game. That's it for me.
No problem. Well, there you have it. And that's the end of our chat today. Still nervous?
Nah.
There you go. But yeah, that's a wrap for today.
And that's pulled away nicely. That's 4 more. So that's 50 for Bowen Tuckett.
I've grabbed Carlin Bowen Tuckett out of the nets, directly out of the nets. How was that net session for you just now?
To be honest, it was a little bit difficult. The nets wasn't playing as best because the rain, so I enjoyed the challenge.
No problem. No. Before we get to the whole cricket thing, I want to take you to your Instagram. So I think in your profile header you have 1 of 1, but you spell it with W-O-N, correct?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Talk to me a bit about that.
Well, to be honest, I saw it off somebody caption. I was like, find that pretty cool because in life you want to win. That's why I focus on, and I was like, it's a little bit cool because now people say 1 of 1, but you could be one as a winner. But with cricket as a team, so I just felt it was kind of cool to have it.
All right. Because I was wondering, you know, cause I figured it would be, you know, O-N-E. But let's bring it now to the cricket because in terms of winning that kind of stuff, would you say that this season, this first class season, has been a winning one for you personally?
Yeah, I think so. It being my first class season, I think I've been coming into my own, and just the fellas encouraging me just to continue to do your best. So I think it has been a good one so far.
Yeah, so 300 plus runs already for this season. In terms of goals that you had for yourself, would you say you're ticking off the goals for this season?
Yes, sir.
No problem. And take me then to kind of like, what were those goals for you this season?
Well, my goals were just getting to myself, just making sure that I belong here, proving to myself that I belong here, especially like keeping a lot of overs, making sure that my body is fit enough with the batting, just making sure I average over 30. So I'm doing pretty good in that. So just kind of personal goals, but also winning with the team.
No problem. So you would say that things are going well for you here in this season, but I want to take you back even further than that to what would have been that Ireland Academy series. And when you look at it, you would say that maybe it wasn't the best of series, especially with the bat for you. So I want to ask you, what did you learn from that Ireland series?
Well, the first thing was belief. I think I didn't have much belief in myself before, but no. I think just taking into my own, taking my time, as we see a lot of players here are very attacking, score very fast, but I learned to understand now that I'm not that type of player. So just playing to my own and putting the team first and not me personally.
No problem. So then what, I guess, were the changes that you made between that Ireland series and now here with this first class season?
I think personally playing the ball much straighter, taking my time and building an innings, not trying to go with the other batsman who has been there all the time. So just building an innings.
Finally, away from the game, for you personally, why the sport of cricket? Like, why have you chosen to be involved in cricket?
Well, to be honest, cricket has been with me since I was born because my father used to play cricket and he's an umpire now. So basically, the only thing I knew was cricket and I enjoy it. So that's my passion, really.
No problem. And given that's your passion, what's the feeling that you get, you know, walking out there, you know, gloves on hand with the West Indies cap? What's the feeling that you get when you cross that rope knowing that you're about to start another day of cricket?
I get a sense of pride because I feel very blessed also because not everybody able to do that, especially like straight out under 19. So I just feel blessed, really.
No problem. Well, 1 round of cricket left to go. All the best in it, and thanks for chatting to me.
Thank you, thank you.
Dad! Dad! Is that real?
आप लोगों को नजर आ रहे हैं?
Well hit. Away it goes. That is a ridiculous. And look at this.
I've got Mckenny Clarke alongside of me playing here in the first class championship with the West Indies Academy. Mckenny, first of all, how are you doing today?
I'm doing good, thank you. How about you?
Not too shabby. I don't need to get people asking me how I am, but thank you for that. So to get the nerves out of the way, right, I can take you away from cricket. And one thing I know that you enjoy is occasionally dancing. I don't know if you dance well or not, but between you and Kevin Wickham, who's the better dancer?
I have to give it to Kevin.
You have to give it to Kevin?
Yeah, I have to give it to
This
Kevin.
because he's going to watch this or because you believe this?
I believe it.
No problem. Let me bring you back to the cricket field. How have you been enjoying your time with the West Indies Academy?
I must say it's a good bunch of players. I love the camaraderie within the team. We just do what we have to do on the cricket field, back each other 100% and enjoy it at the end of the day.
Yeah, and you've been with them for some time now. What do you say that you've learned since being a part of the academy setup?
I would say patience in terms of red ball skills, being patient for longer, field setting, learning from the captain. Naeem was being around the world playing some cricket, so learning different things in terms of white ball and red ball from him. Yeah.
So you said patience. That means that you were impatient before.
Just always want to get wickets.
No problem. But you talked about red ball. I want to take you to the white ball side of things. I had a little ear in my throat. Forgive me. But I want to take you to things like the CPL and things like the ILT20 now. For CPL, what was that experience like for you, especially like getting your cap and playing with St. Lucia franchise?
It was really great. Really grateful for the opportunity from St. Lucia. It's good to be playing at home for your first CPL. We had a little more comfort. The likes of Darren Sammy, head coach, Floyd Reefer, assistant coach. So a little more comfort, less nerves, because you know you have people backing you and believing in you all the time.
You had a chance to even travel much further. You went across to Abu Dhabi. What was that experience like for you, just being, amongst those type of names and in that type of a setup?
For me, it was the quality of the guys. Just coming to the game, doing what you have to do, get done, do your job, and be persistent with it. I was there with Bravo, Paulie, Pooh, just learning from them, playing at the highest level, international cricket, field setting, bowl different balls, your variation. And one thing Bravo always told me in white ball, always get your yorker right. That's the best ball to bowl in a white ball game. So that's something I learned, executed that well. So good for me.
No problem. And finally, back to the personal side of things for you. What do you enjoy most about cricket?
To be honest, just playing as a team. Once my teammates are bubbly, as I always tell Carl when I'm on the field, let's just make some noise and have fun, enjoy the game. That's it for me.
No problem. Well, there you have it. And that's the end of our chat today. Still nervous?
Nah.
There you go. But yeah, that's a wrap for today.
And that's pulled away nicely. That's 4 more. So that's 50 for Bowen Tuckett.
I've grabbed Carlin Bowen Tuckett out of the nets, directly out of the nets. How was that net session for you just now?
To be honest, it was a little bit difficult. The nets wasn't playing as best because the rain, so I enjoyed the challenge.
No problem. No. Before we get to the whole cricket thing, I want to take you to your Instagram. So I think in your profile header you have 1 of 1, but you spell it with W-O-N, correct?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Talk to me a bit about that.
Well, to be honest, I saw it off somebody caption. I was like, find that pretty cool because in life you want to win. That's why I focus on, and I was like, it's a little bit cool because now people say 1 of 1, but you could be 1 and still a winner. But with cricket is a team, so I just thought it was kind of cool to have it.
All right. Because I was wondering, cause I figured it would be O-N-E. But let's bring it now to the cricket because in terms of winning that kind of stuff, would you say that this season, this first class season, has been a winning one for you personally?
Yeah, I think so. It being my first class season, I think I've been coming into my own, and just the fellas encouraging me just to continue to do your best. So I think it has been a good one so far.
Yeah, so 300 plus runs already for the season. In terms of goals that you had for yourself, would you say you're ticking off the goals for the season?
Yes, sir.
No problem. And take me then to kind of like what were those goals for you this season?
Well, my goals were just getting to myself, just making sure that I belong here, proving to myself that I belong here, especially like keeping a lot of overs, making sure that my body is fit enough with the batting, just making sure I average over 30. So I'm doing pretty good in that. So just kind of personal goals, but also winning with the team.
No problem. So you would say then things are going well for you here in this season, but I want to take you back even further than that to what would have been that Ireland Academy series. And when you look at it, you would say that maybe it wasn't the best of series, especially with the bat. for you. So I want to ask you, what did you learn from that Ireland series?
Well, the first thing was belief. I think I didn't have much belief in myself before, but no. I think just taking into my own, taking my time, as we see a lot of players here are very attacking, score very fast, but I learned to understand now that I'm not that type of player. So just playing to my own and putting the team first and not me personally.
No problem. So then what, I guess, were the changes that you made between that Ireland series and now here with this first class season?
I think personally playing the ball much straighter, taking my time and building an innings, not trying to go with the other batsman who has been there all the time. So just building an innings.
Finally, away from the game, for you personally, why the sport of cricket? Like, why have you chosen to be involved in cricket?
Well, to be honest, cricket has been with me since I was born because my father used to play cricket and he's an umpire now. So basically, the only thing I knew was cricket and I enjoy it. So that's my passion, really.
No problem. And given that's your passion, what's the feeling that you get, walking out there, gloves on hand with the West Indies cap? What's the feeling that you get when you cross that rope knowing that you're about to start another day of cricket?
I get a sense of pride because I feel very blessed also because not everybody able to do that, especially like straight out under 19. So I just feel blessed, really.
No problem. Well, one round of cricket left to go. All the best in it, and thanks for chatting to me.
Thank you, thank you.
Dad! Dad! Is that real?
आप लोगों को नजर आ रहे हैं?
Well hit. Away it goes. That is a ridiculous. And look at this.
I've got Mckenny Clarke alongside of me playing here in the First Class Championship with the West Indies Academy. Mckenny, first of all, how are you doing today?
I'm doing good, thank you. How about you?
Not too shabby. I don't need to get people asking me how I am, but thank you for that. So to get the nerves out of the way, right, I can take you away from cricket. And one thing I know that you enjoy is occasionally dancing. I don't know if you dance well or not, but between you and Kevin Wickham, who's the better dancer?
I have to give it to Kevin.
You have to give it to Kevin?
Yeah, I have to give it to
Is it
Kevin.
because he's going to watch this or because you believe this?
I believe it.
No problem. Let me bring you back to the cricket field. How have you been enjoying your time with the West Indies Academy?
I must say it's a good bunch of players. I love the camaraderie within the team. We just do what we have to do on the cricket field, back each other 100% and enjoy it at the end of the day.
Yeah, and you've been with them for some time now. What do you say that you've learned since being a part of the academy setup?
I would say patience in terms of red ball skills, being patient for longer, field setting, learning from the captain. Naeem was playing around the world playing some cricket, so learning different things in terms of white ball and red ball from him. Yeah.
So you said patience. That means that you were impatient before.
Just always want to get wickets.
No problem. But you talked about red ball. I want to take you to the white ball side of things. I had a little ear in my throat. Forgive me. But I want to take you to things like the CPL and things like the ILT20 now. For CPL, what was that experience like for you, especially like getting your cap and playing with St. Lucia franchise?
It was really great. Really grateful for the opportunity from St. Lucia. It's good to be playing home for your first CPL. We had a little more comfort. The likes of Darren Sammy, head coach, Floyd Reefer, assistant coach. So a little more comfort, less nerves, because you have people backing you and believing in you all the time.
You had a chance to even travel much further. You went across to Abu Dhabi. What was that experience like for you, just being, amongst those type of names and in that type of a setup?
For me, it was the quality of the guys. Just coming to the game, doing what you have to do, get done, do your job, and be persistent with it. I was there with Bravo, Paulie, Pooh, just learn from them, playing at the highest level, international cricket, field setting, bowl different balls, your variation. And one thing Bravo always told me in white ball, always get your yorker right. That's the best ball to bowl in a white ball game. So that's something I learned, executed that well. So good for me. No
problem. And finally, back to the personal side of things for you. What do you enjoy most about cricket?
To be honest, just playing as a team. Once my teammates are bubbly, as I always tell Carl when I'm on the field, let's just make some noise and have fun, enjoy the game. That's it for me.
No problem. Well, there you have it. And that's the end of our chat today. Still nervous?
Nah.
There we go. But yeah, that's a wrap for today.
183 runs, 173 for 4, with the Barbados captain Craig Bartlett not out, and 81, 194 deliveries. Raymond Reed for 14 from 38. Still hazy and overcast conditions here in Antigua and Barbuda as we speak, and we've really been powered away by showers of blessings. The farmers themselves would be smiling. Marley Richards will be joining me anytime soon. He might maybe bring some luck for the academy. We just never know. Lane 1 for 35. Just about to complete his 11th over. Lovely start here for the academy, would be grateful. We see the captain, Naim Young, just walking across. So technically, we'd say that Barbados are 83 for 4 in the context. Getting themselves organized. As soon as my colleague gets himself lined up. Good afternoon, Mali.
Good afternoon, Vern. Good afternoon, everyone. Slightly overcast conditions here at the CCG. We've grown accustomed to that in this match, haven't we?
Oh, certainly.
It's been a stop-starty type. It's been tough on the players. Mentally.
Yeah.
Physically as well. Start with a bouncer lane. No response from this pitch. Just
signal
dribbles through.
Signal wide.
As we said, they've been consistent.
This is the West Indies Championship 2024. 8 teams. 7 rounds. Looking for 1 champion. Coming quietly forward to that delivery. So finally, the over comes to an end. A no ball, dot, single, 2 dots, single, then a wide to complete the long-awaited break. Barbados lead by some 84 runs in the process. Score goes up to 174 for 4. 67 overs bowled.
Interesting developments going on over there in Trinidad.
Yeah, they got some rain in one game, right?
And we've been following, as you've dubbed them, the 3 finals of round 7.
Yeah.
Ghana Harpy Eagles require another 133 runs to win. They are 48 without loss, chasing 181 for victory. So they're well on their way.
Certainly. Sarkati got another half century. Missed out on getting a big 100. Maybe to just nudge his selectors that he's quite ready.
Ryan Shandapal, he's not out on 21. And Raymond Perez, your guy, got a half century in the first innings. 26 of 20. So he's come out like a house on fire, striking at 130.
I just like the energy that he brings into the field, Mali. It's a live wire. You could tell that he's got some class about him, so it's good. Sean, if you're listening, good afternoon to you, Sean Devers. You'd have had to do a lot of donkey work yesterday by yourself. You did a remarkable job. Congratulations, son. Next time you send the Caribbean Airlines for either Mali, myself, or Joel Manning, we might be able to come across and help you.
Yeah, and as you said, in that match at Queen's Park Oval, Leeward Islands Hurricanes are 242 for 8. Casey Carty top scoring with 65 of 125 deliveries. Justin Greaves, 26. Kieran Powell, 31. Young Joel Andrew, 26 as well.
Mikhail Lowy finished, I think, with 33 at the top of the order.
33 at the top of the innings. So, pretty good season this. Well, standout.
Debut season.
Yeah, a real breakthrough, breakout season for Mikhail Lowy.
So, maiden over by Ned.
It's just starting to rain again here, Vernon.
I didn't want to say anything, Mali. I was trying to not say anything, but I know I saw, on our screen, the rain from behind us, that cloud, Mali, just hovering around. I think we have to be able to appreciate the work of the groundsmen. We really have to. And I think you also have to trust the umpire. The umpires also have to trust the groundsmen as well. I think that is going to be key. It's falling very heavy on our roofs here, which means that we could have a break. I'm looking at Kadim Phillip, who's moving around like a left-arm general around the boundary. So maybe this would maybe just be on top of us, in the middle of the sky. But it's been really some freaky weather here in Antigua and Barbuda. Groundsmen moving into position.
Yeah, it's been very temperamental indeed. 1 minute it's blazing hot. Next second it's English conditions. Cold. Oh, the temperature drops, starts to drizzle. And we had a very heavy downpour, especially yesterday. Wasn't quite as heavy today, was it? But it was enough. Especially with this turf now, we'll be taking on more water, absorbing more moisture as this game has gone on.
Joe, our cameraman at the top, he's been scampering around. Groundsman moving into position, things getting a little serious here. I think the umpires are going to have to make a decision. This is heavy. Raymond Reefer is saying, I can't see. And Kadim seems surprised because he's not making any movement.
I think he's marshalling the troops. He's commanding the troops on this one.
Oh, all right. So thank you very much, Mali, for that correction. He's now, they got a crew for the...
Yes, he's on the second line.
On the second line. Making sure that everything is okay.
There's a three-man front line.
Yeah, guys, he was caught napping. He's running to his position. That's what I like about them, the work ethic of these guys here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Some folks are missing anyhow. So we got about maybe 4 guys might be missing. Maybe they're just trying to just catch their breath, take a 5. They'll be out anytime soon. So, we have another rain break taking place here, rain delay. So on behalf of our team, Mali Richards, just before we go, Mali, Joel did tell me about the points. So you guys were on point with the calculation.
We were yesterday, yes. We had the Windward Islands still, after all the bonus points would have been tallied up, without the final results points being taken into consideration. We had the Windward Islands on top with 94.2, Barbados 92.6 in second, Guyana 91.2 in third, and the Leeward Islands 90.8 in fourth. So now I think it'll basically come down to
0.2.
No, the match results. Who gets the wins and who doesn't, or who gets a draw and the like. And then if they all do end up getting wins, then the bonus points will definitely come into effect.
Yeah, and based on the calculation, we got to just wait and see in terms of what's going to be happening. But it's been an interesting contest so far.
Based on the calculations, if we were to say the Leeward Islands in a dominant position were to get a win, they'll get themselves to 102.8 points.
Which will be not enough for them to win the championship.
Would not be enough. If Guyana as well was to pick up a full 12 points for winning, which it looks like they will quite comfortably, that'll take them to 103.2, which will only be good enough for third at the moment.
Wow.
I think it very much depends here for Barbados. If they can get those 12 points,
they can get the $250,000?
Very possible, because it will take them to 104.1.
But what happens if America comes up for the Windward Islands where they win outright?
Exactly. That's what it's going to come down to. And if the Windwards were to get those 12 points, just based on these tentative calculations here, that would take them to 106.2. So it would be enough to win the championship.
So that's what they need. They need a victory.
Definitely.
So
Barbados will be hoping that they don't get a victory and they pick up a victory. And if that was to happen, Barbados will be champions.
So, folks, you heard it from Mally Richards. If all goes well, the Windward Islands needs a victory. Barbados also needs a victory. Guyana and the Leeward Islands are out of the conversation as we speak, based on Mally Richards' analysis. So it now means that the Windward Islands, if they want to win this championship, will first have to defeat the Leeward Islands on later this afternoon and tomorrow all day. It could be a tantimal affair, but we'll wait and see in terms of what is going to be happening. In the meantime, rain is halting either the academy or the Barbados team from maybe coming up with maximum points out of this game here. Craig Brathwaite is approaching his 11th first-class 100 Mally in this format, being organized by the Cricket West Indies with a high score of 276. But you know he's looking for 100.
Yeah, 65th overall. Someone who will definitely have intentions or we get pretty close to making 100 first-class 100 when it's all said and done. That if he was to do so, that would take him into a very illustrious company. Indeed, some 2,500s or so away. If he could pick up those in the next 5-6 years, especially if he could play quite a bit of first-class cricket, because he doesn't play that much white ball, he has a chance.
So, Mally, the rains are pounding down here. Kadeem Phillip and his crew, they're moving everything into the bowler's run-up. They're also protecting that same area that you were talking about, Mally.
That's what we're saying, yeah, just taking on a bit more moisture now. So it's just, we've seen it become quite overly saturated at times.
Right. And then they still also would have to get back and cover that practice area just to make sure. But words are not enough for all the hard work. And I'm saying this, Mally, going forward, we can't have these guys working this hard. There has to be an easier way. There has to be another system. You've got to get some roll-on, roll-off covers to be able to help these guys.
Yeah, I think so. It's we just seen the advent in technology, not just in the gear that the players use, but also in the equipment used to protect the surface. And as you said, the roll-on, roll-off, it will be easier on the ground staff.
Because one has to take into consideration, Mally, especially in certain venues, the wind. So you first have to deal with the wind. And the movement here at Coolidge Cricket Ground, as you can see, a lot of blue covers coming out to be able to patch those areas over there.
And then in the end, they'll still have to pull them off in order to get off the excess water, pull it down to the
practice nets what we have right here on the side right now. They have to get those covered because if we don't, those are clay. So, being a hold up, we really seriously need to, and I hope that this is one of the legacies out of the Cricket World Cup that we seriously will address. I think too many times the grounds officials, they get serious abuse, be it CPL, be it 4-day cricket, be it local cricket. But we also have to make life easy for them because without them, we can't have any cricket.
I think it's a bit of a yin and yang, actually, when you really think about it. Because if we were to get those types of covers in here now, yes, it would be fantastic. But I think one of the cons or one of the downsides would be we wouldn't be seeing quite as many of these ground staff up here with jobs as we see now. Would need to.
Would need to.
One guy could push one on, the next guy push the other. What's that, 3?
But in Australia, Mally, they only have 3 groundsmen just based on one ground. And when it comes to a match, they just bring in a staff.
That's exactly what I'm saying. So sometimes we just have to be careful what we wish for as well.
I know, but efficiency in terms of looking after
that
is
trumps,
what I'm looking for.
I think that trumps what I just said.
Yeah.
To be honest,
the efficiency. I look at it, and I'm saying, Mally, we can maybe still keep the same ground staff. You might not have the same amount of numbers because there's so much of work that is going to be taking place here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. You have the practice nets.
That is what you're right. You're right.
Yeah. So you have a lot of areas. You got
a lot of cutting needs to be done.
So you still can really employ, but it would also ease that pressure off of the main staff where they could be able to then go and concentrate on the beauty of the grounds of the Coolidge Cricket Ground or at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, you could find new role for them that would really help. But the match,
You're right.
the match scenario itself, you could ease that pressure off of them, and so they can concentrate on other areas. The staff here, they're concentrating on almost everything. When they leave here, they have to go and deal with the nets. They still have to deal with the scenery around here. So quite a lot of work. So, folks, if you're wondering what has just happened, Barbados lead by 84 runs. There's a rain delay here in St. John's, Antigua, and Barbuda. We know for sure that this is going to be a long rain delay. So just stay tuned to the Cricket West Indies YouTube channel. We'll be back anytime soon to give you an update when the rain stops here in Antigua and Barbuda. On behalf of Manning, Marley Richards, the man himself, I call him the Wiz, Joe, Denny, who is not here today, and the entire 360 crew across the entire Caribbean who've done a tremendous job for this regional 4-day competition. And not only the 4-day competition also, but the Cricket West Indies Under 15 Championship as well as the Women's Super 50 and T20, which was held in St. Kitts and Nevis. Kudos.
And also a lot of the tournaments that you would have mentioned earlier, destined for the Coolidge Cricket Ground this year. A lot of work ahead for them as well.
If I'm not mistaken, I'm sure 360 is going to be covering some of those youth tournaments as well too. In Trinidad and Tobago, in St. Vincent. Last year we had in St. Vincent there was coverage of the Under-19 tournament. But hey, it's been a lot of work, Mali, and boy, we really certainly have enjoyed this journey. And the year is not half yet.
Yeah, still a long, long way to go. Coming up next, the World Cup. T20 World Cup hosted here in the Caribbean and USA. Looking forward to that.
What do you think is the chances of the West Indies?
I like what you said yesterday. Final, West Indies and whoever. That's all I'm thinking about at this point in time. I think if we can get to the semi-finals, anything can happen. I think semi-finals should be the minimum.
There's a lot of pressure too because no host country has ever won on home soil.
Why not be the first?
And not only being the first, it will be the first country cricketing nation also to win 3 T20 crowns.
Well, we know what T20 cricket's like, and as you said, 3 T20 crowns. A small nation by numbers, cricketing nation by numbers terms, but we've always, especially in the limited overs game, T20 in particular, we've set the trend, and hopefully, with the way things have been looking in the last 12 months or so, we'll definitely put up a good showing here at home.
We're capable. We're quite capable. It's just that it's a pressurized situation. But somewhere along the line, Darren Sammy has been able to walk into a West Indies dressing room, whether he was captain, now he's going to be a coach, and get the guys to believe and unite them and say, we can win this.
Well, yeah, that's actually been his strength, as not just as a player, but now as a coach. Man management, motivational skills. He's tactically very astute as well. So, best person to be at the helm.
Yeah, so we just want to wish the guys all of the best, and we want the entire Caribbean and the United States of America to go on out and support the matches. We heard from Shalita Rose last evening on ABS 360 Sports that the box offices will be open in Antigua and Barbuda, so folks can be able to go and automatically purchase their tickets for as low as $6. So if you can get a ticket for as low as $6 to go and witness a World Cup which is coming to you. It's the biggest T20 World Cup event in the world. 20 teams, 55 matches. Oh, it's just going to be remarkable. Antigua and Barbuda hosting some 8 matches, including 4 in the preliminaries and then the 4 group stage matches. We're talking about the Barney Army coming to Antigua and Barbuda. That is going to be huge. That's going to be massive. And we just want to wish the team all the best. All the teams who are coming to the Caribbean and the United States of America, all the best. And for all the folks...
I just want to say something quickly there, Vern. I've been asked a lot about, the tickets. Will tickets be available, physical copies of tickets?
Yes, that's what I just said. The box office will be
in
Antigua and Barbuda.
Okay,
yes,
wicked.
Yeah, the box office will be open, I think, come next week, in the next 2 weeks. The physical box office where you can go and purchase your tickets, automatically go. And in fact, there's no cap. He did say that there's no cap in Antigua and Barbuda. So,
and let me just specify where the box offices will be located, because we don't want anyone getting scammed.
Yeah.
Box office will be located in Antigua, here at the Antigua Recreation Grounds, in Barbados at the Kensington Oval, in Guyana at the GCB office, that would be the Guyana Cricket Board office, in St. Lucia, the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. Where else? In St. Vincent, it will be at the National Cricket Centre. And in Trinidad, it will be at the Queen's Park Oval. Make sure those are the places you go to purchase your tickets. It'll be the only place you'll be able to buy physical copies. Those places.
That's critical, Mali, and that's a very important point that you're making there, because you're going to have a lot of hustlers and you're going to have a lot of scammers all around who are going to be hustling to sell tickets, and people I think have to be mindful of that, especially in a World Cup as big as this.
Yes. No scalpers, no scammers. Go to the official
box office and source yourself. So, folks, we will take a break. Say thanks to Jason. It's raining here in Antigua and Barbuda, and the news is that Barbados won 74 for 4. They lead by some 84 runs. Craig Brathwaite is on 81 not out from 200 deliveries. Raymond Reefer 14 from 40. We'll take a break, and when we come back, we hope to have some good news for you within the next 30 to 45 minutes. Good afternoon and welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. At the start of a rain break. 23 overs remaining in the day's play. With Barbados Pride, 174 for 4, 68.1 overs. It's been almost a start and stop day because of heavy showers. And the ground officials led by Kadim Phillip, despite the constraints, have really put in the work. Has made life a lot more easy, so we can start play here with some 22 overs to go for just about 4:13 in Antigua and Barbuda. Really, we know Trinidad and Tobago have won over the Jamaica Scorpions, and the Guyana Happy Eagles, the defending champions, have taken care of business over the combined campuses and colleges team. So it's now down to two important finals. We'll have to dub it. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes against the Windward Island Volcanoes. The Barbados Pride versus the West Indies Academy. Good afternoon, Joel.
Good afternoon, Vernon. And good afternoon to all of those who've had the patience to just stick around and wait until we could get a resumption in play here on day number 3. This final round encounter between Barbados Pride and the West Indies Academy.
So Ewan Lane will be starting around the wicket. Just feel he could just start over the wicket, get 2 slips in. The field on the deep backward point boundary, I think he's just been wasted all day. We can count how many balls he's fielded in this entire innings of Reefer. Can the Academy... That's the first ball. You have to stop the ball. It's not like the ball was played expansively. And straight away, the pressure released, a single. 175 for 4. Reefer goes to 15, Brathwaite 81.
It'll be interesting to see the approach here of Barbados Pride, given how much time has been taken out of the game now. Still only leading by that 85 and knowing they need a lot more as well. Appears to be a slight injury here to Rashawn Worrell.
I was trying to figure out the injury myself to Joel.
Appears there might be some damage just maybe to the top of the finger. He's holding his hand at the moment. He spent some time debating whether or not he would go off the field. He goes off now.
That's what I was trying to figure out. It's not like anything major happened. The only thing I can say, Joel, is that in trying to feel the ball, I don't know if he stepped on his spikes or something. I was trying to still figure it out.
Oh, gets it horribly wrong there. Enough glove on it though to make sure it doesn't go to the boundary.
Prizia signal. And the Academy is going to have to be very, very, very disciplined. Something I keep talking about all the time. The lead is 85. Just come back out. You know, no need to start searching and trying things. Been off the field for some time. Here's an advancement from Craig Brathwaite to that delivery, turning it past the short mid-wicket fielder, but the mid-on fielder coming around, cut it off nicely. This partnership has been 43 from 108 deliveries.
Possibly sliding down the leg side on that occasion.
Certainly. I think they'll be excited the first time. They think that they would have maybe rushed into a Craig Brathwaite's pad. Height too. Just going down as you rightly said.
So the end of the first over after the interruption. It's 177 for 4. Looking at how things are set up at the moment, you just wonder, in terms of the pair at the crease, whether or not Raymond Reefer will be the one that begins at some stage in the very near future to take it on, accelerate the scoring. Allow Craig Brathwaite to remain as the anchor of the innings should a wicket or two fall. At some stage, certainly you will have to see the signs of it. There's no guarantee that we get in the 23 overs for this evening, and of course still need that time as well to bowl out the West Indies Academy. The field is well spread as well, long on, deep mid wicket, and a man deep backward square leg. Works it comfortably into the leg side, brings skipper Brathwaite on to strike now. Just wonder what that conversation was during what was a very extended rain break for the Barbados Pride. And I think they have a better picture as well, seeing the fact that that Guyana game has wrapped up. 400 plus runs for the Windwards to get.
Academy just looking flat. There's no intensity at all. Just effortlessly, they just collected 2 runs there. Lack of pace there, so he can't be able to pace the offside field. Good delivery by Ned. Over completed.
And you look at what's to come as well for the Barbados Pride: Demetrius Richards, Akeem Jordan, Shackle Cumberbatch, Warwick Cannon McAllister. You also recognize the fact that you wouldn't necessarily bank too many runs coming down there. Of course, Demetrius Richards is a batter. Very crafty and very handy. And funny enough, might be very useful in a situation like this where you, at some stage you will be looking for those quicker runs. But in terms of where they probably might see the bulk of their runs in terms of setting up that target for the chase, it will lie with this pair at the crease. He's really bowled well today, Johan Lane, and in fact, across this match, maybe subtract one spell that he had in the first innings, but outside of that, he's really been consistent. He's put the ball in some good areas. Thought of one, won't get it. At the end of a maiden over, it remains 180 for 4. Operating with a very tight ring on that offside net. Cover, extra cover, and 2 men backward of point on the offside. Finding it a little difficult to score off a net at the moment, to take him off his lines, and take him off the length that he's bowling at the moment. There's one of those guys backward of point, Mckenny Clarke. That comes into play on that occasion. Back-to-back maidens. Still 180 for 4.
Barbados losing wickets at 1 for 25, 2 for 63, 3 for 77. And the wicket of Wickham. They've come back out now, and they've West Indies Academy have continued with their strategy of maybe 2 over spells. Teddy Bishop. Mckenny Clarke replaces Yon Lane. Trying to still work out this ploy. Can't get it worked out at all. I don't know if it's a mechanism that is being taught by the West Indies Academy. He's going to start over the wicket, not around, so I feel very obliged and thankful that he's trying that. Offline delivery by Mckenny Clarke. He gets a single to Reefer. Goes up to 17. The score goes up to 181 for 4. 2 ladies working the manual scoreboard in all this tournament with their straw hats. Bradford not been able to find his rhythm since the break. Forces this one up to mid-off, gets a single. Craig Bartlett just didn't find the gap. Feel that mid-off had to move to his left. Just about 2 to 4 meters collected. Now brings the left-hander Raymond Reefer back in strike. Short delivery, but really no real height to bother. And the buyer saying 1 per over. I think he ducked so low that ball almost was on the stumps, so could have bowled him.
Yeah, that was the interesting thing. Yeah, that ball certainly didn't get up. Yeah, a little marginal on that call there for sure.
I think we have to be a little considerate sometimes. Batsman ducked so low and the ball never really bounced. Exhibiting his white ball skills there, Mckenny Clarke. But well negotiated by Raymond Reefer, the veteran, who just walks away and says to Clarke, "Look at my back." Certainly a lot of chatter going on out there. One thing I can tell you, one person who will not be phased is Craig Bartlett. There was no effort at all made by Joshua Bishop. Let's look at that again, Jason. Let me find out if he could have dived and gone for that. A boundary to Reefer takes him to 21. Let's look at the replay here, Joel.
Yeah, on first glance, it looked as if it was some distance away. As Reefer tried to get on top of it. Couldn't truly control it, but yeah, it looks as if it was some distance away from Joshua Bishop. Just wonder if that reaction was because Somebody moved Bishop maybe a couple steps to his right, and that was originally where he would have been. They collect a boundary though, and a much needed boundary. Barbados Pride takes that partnership now to 52 from 133 deliveries. We'll need at some stage to get that acceleration going. Take a few more calculated risks, put a little more pressure back onto the West Indies Academy. At the moment, I would say still very much in the driver's seat, the West Indies Academy, especially given how much time has been taken out of this encounter. Don't need to force anything here.
There's a swipe there.
That's what I've been talking about in terms of at some stage you knew that he thoughts would creep into the Barbados Pride batter's head in the sense that, hey, we need to get a move on. Granted, I didn't think it would be Craig Brathwaite to be the one to take the attack to the West Indies Academy. Yeah, I always reckon that probably it would have been Raymond Reefer, especially given the situation at hand. Telling myself that if somebody still needs to come back and shut shop at some stage because of losing quick wickets, it has to be Craig Brathwaite to still be there.
Brathwaite could have done a lot better with that. Just didn't pounce on that. Got to put away that, skipper.
I think that has to be the approach for Craig Brathwaite, especially to the left arm spinner. When I think about the possibility of collecting that boundary, I tell myself that it probably would be Raymond Reefer. That's not to say that Craig Brathwaite cannot hit the boundaries off spinners, because we know he can. But I just reckon that additional risk is a little reduced when it comes to the left-handed batter of Raymond Reefer. Not only because of the matchup, but also because naturally Ned might just be a little flatter to Raymond Reefer. Just like that, it becomes easier for him to play the strokes off of him. Get back for 2 runs to close out the over. It's 189 for 4.
The lead is 99. You can consider it that Barbados is 99 for 4. Overall, 189 for 4 with some 74 overs bowled. Brathwaite on strike, 85 with Clarke starting around the wicket.
Runs tickling along for Barbados Pride. That lead now reaches 100 for them. In fact, 99. Yep, that was right. Yeah, 100 is the lead now for Barbados Pride. Still quite a ways away from even the thought of putting the Academy back into bat. probably north of 190 is where I think the conversation probably begins for them. With that 190 would need to bowl out of their socks, certainly. Still content to pick up the ones. That one call wide of Mckenny. Yeah, probably can't believe it. I think it's a little harsh as well, to be very honest. Limited overs, yeah. But in this longer format, maybe that one could have just slid under the radar. Just starting to see these signs of intent from Brathwaite, not in terms of the running, but in terms of stroke play. How much more he's starting to come at the ball. First 2 overs or so after that rain break, you just saw him allowing that ball to come to him. Now he's really getting that straight out. So maybe Brathwaite is telling himself that he's the man that will look to add the impetus to the innings. Closes out the over. 4 runs in it. It's 193 for 4. Work being done by Jordan Johnson. Can't get it through. So another tight over here by Ashmead Ned. And what it means is that pressure just continues to just incrementally increase on the Barbados Pride. Would have to say that he's bowling to his field quite well at the moment. Well, what did that come off is the question. Was it all pad? Did it get some bat involved? It went past Bishop at first slip. And signaled leg byes no by the umpire. But caught him in a bit of a tangle there. Just sliding off the back leg. Caught Bishop wrong-footed on occasion. The end of the over though. It's 195 for 4.
No, leg byes.
As you mentioned, just going towards what you would consider those white ball skills, Mckenny Clarke. And quite a few people had a chance to watch the feature that he did during the, I was going to say lunch break, but the rain break that we had. He talked about what he learned, especially in terms of the red ball skills, being here with the academy. The fact that one of the areas that he was certainly able to improve on was his patience. You've definitely seen that across the 2 innings that he's bowled here. Spent some time away from the longer format of the game. And that patience certainly has come to the fore for him. Hasn't really looked to experiment too much. Let's just put that ball into what we consider to be those good areas. Picked up some wickets in the first innings. He had to pick up a wicket in the second innings. But in terms of the job that he's done for the skipper so far, I do think that Teddy Bishop can be satisfied with what Mckenny Clarke has done here in the second innings as well. Of course, he would like to put one in that W column for himself. Pace off again. It's definitely just nice to see, given the fact that he's another one of the earmarked talents in terms of young fast bowlers. Certainly has some pace to him as well, Mckenny Clarke. We saw these signs of that in the first innings. A few of the balls that jagged back into the right-handers definitely beat them for some pace. Good carry as well on day one. On this very tired surface, will certainly struggle to get that one up. A single. You only running that over. It's 196 for 4.
Really kind of shell-shocked by the Barbados approach here, and maybe trying to work out what is the plan really. We've only seen one boundary so far. It's almost like they're just batting normal. You'd have thought with a lead of 106 they'd be trying to push ahead. Not saying to be reckless, but really trying to put some pressure back on the bowlers. Talking about that over there, there were a couple of deliveries which Raymond Reef, I thought if he was playing the 50 over or the T20, he would have really spanked them away. But maybe low on confidence. You don't have a mid-wicket here, and I just find that Ned is getting away to a Raymond Reefer without that mid-wicket. He's got to be able to get to those pitches, those deliveries there. Somebody must have heard me. He's now put the mid-wicket out there. Contented to just defend here. He's got to do a lot better than this Raymond Reefer. He's batted now for well over 60 deliveries and counting. Got to look to start to up the tempo for Team Barbados. That is not bowling with any great turn or bite that, you know, you should be really worrying a Raymond Reefer.
Just looking as if he might be able to string together another maiden here. Ashmead dead, and this is what he's able to do for this West Indies Academy side. Just tie down one end. Should just be one as James comes around off the boundary. So just a single in that over. It's 197 for 4.
Still some 36 minutes projected in the day's play. This is the start of the 11th over since we've resumed here at 4:15.
Certainly, given this approach, you know for sure you're possibly looking at maybe batting hour and a half to more Barbados Pride, maybe even that first session in its entirety. All depending on the approach that they take come the start of play tomorrow. That brings the question then, in the sense of not necessarily runs needed, but in terms of how much time do they estimate, how much time do they think it will take them to bowl out the West Indies Academy tomorrow. Batting to ground on that occasion. Do they estimate that it will take them 2 sessions or a session and a half, 2.5 sessions? How much time do they think they need tomorrow to bowl out the West Indies Academy? It's interesting to hear they mentioning that he's giving them a Bravo plan. That's also something that he mentioned, Mckenny Clarke, from his stint in the ILT20 and having spent time around Karen Pollard and Dwayne Bravo. And he said specifically that Dwayne Bravo has been telling him to make sure he executes his Yorkers, that if anything, make sure he gets his Yorker right. Didn't get an outing in that ILT20, I don't believe, from Mckenny Clarke. But what an experience it must have been still. Just to be able to soak in the knowledge. You just hope that he's able to play it when he gets his outings in what will be the shorter formats of the game. Of course, the CPL coming up a little later this year. We'll also have the regional Super 50 as well. So some chances for him to throw on some coloured clothes and bowl the white ball, and I'm sure he would be looking forward to that prospect. Still can't get it through Brathwaite. Yeah, it must be frustrating out there at the moment. Dot ball to close. It's 199 for 4.
Something seriously has to be going on. This is almost like the 3rd water break since they've come back out on the resumption at 4:15. I think the umpires need to start taking control of the game. It's not like it's a fast-paced track game that is taking place. Lead is 109, and Barbados almost just look like they're playing for a draw. There's no intensity. Trying to still figure out what the tactics are coming out of the the Barbados Pride camp. A lot of time wasting taking place here.
That single brings up to 200 for Barbados Pride. 200 for 4. 79.2 overs. Still can't get it to that very stacked offside field. Just one from the over. It remains 200 for 4.
So this partnership is now 66 from 174 deliveries. Brathwaite is 80 from 230 deliveries. We've just seen a lull in the scoring. They lead by 110 Barbados. And there's certainly no intensity to pick up the momentum here. What we've seen from since they've come back out, maybe just only one boundary. Clarke comes out of the attack. Now comes Raymond Simmons.
Yeah, so clearly continuing with that rotation of the seamers from this media center end for Teddy Bishop. And so far it's worked for them. He's kept his pacers fresh, and they've been delivering well for him. I actually enjoy this tactic from Teddy Bishop and watching the rotation of his seamers, and I think that one or two skippers around the region, not to say that you want to just have a spell of two, but yeah, you've seen a couple of the quicks go for some, I wouldn't say ridiculously extended, but for some extended spells. And you just felt as if the rotation could have been done a bit better. So from right arm over to left arm over now to Raymond Reefer. Two noises on that one. Sounds if he maybe gone inside edge, but confirmation to come now. In fact, just all pad onto it. And also sliding down the leg side on that angle as well. Not sure what that second noise could have been. Maybe bottom ground, but Bring skipper Brathwaite on to strike now. It's just been interesting. When you looked at how things started in his innings yesterday, the type of intent that he had.
A little confused by the tactics, Joel.
Yeah, I think quite a few might be a little confused, certainly, especially given that we knew there were 23 overs left in day's play. Weren't necessarily guaranteed to get in all those 23 as well. And looking at how tomorrow is shaping up, the expectation of rain again tomorrow, granted, like I said, you can't necessarily bat for that, but still you figured as if at some stages even you just might have seen what was an attempt to push the score along. But maybe telling themselves that they would rather not lose a wicket here this evening and then just take it on tomorrow morning. With shots like that and how early Raymond Reefer was coming forward, probably that could be what they're looking at their plan to be. So collect whatever's on offer in terms of the ones and twos here. If you get a rank bad ball, maybe put that away, but guarantee that Raymond Reefer and Craig Brathwaite go into the pavilion not out today.
I think it also has to do with how poorly they batted in the first innings. And so the Barbados team have just lost that sort of confidence and dominance.
Well, wrong end was the cry, and no one to back it up. And they collect runs there. 5 runs for it.
It's just awareness, it's just sloppiness. You don't expect to run him out. Yes, he might have been late in getting off, but the throw was so way off. It's sort of cricket that you're talking about. This is a first-class cricket. This is a keen way. Just don't give away runs.
You know that Raymond Reefer was the one that made the call and set off, but certainly probably had a better chance going at the bowler's end. Would have been the easier option for that direct hit as well. And had it been a direct hit, it certainly I do think would have been quite close.
You're very good, Joel. I don't even think he was even close to even being a direct hit because he was just so way off. Gotta control your emotions. Gotta look about the game. Sometimes you have to just, when you recognize you're late, you just leave it. Everybody was shouting and he was just still in the moment of still trying to throw the ball off balance. And Bishop didn't back up, didn't move. Joshua Bishop.
Another tight over from the West Indies Academy. It's 202. In fact, 207 for 4. It's also time for drinks here. So a chance to take on some fluids as we head towards the close of play here on day number 3. Barbados Pride 207 for 4. Well, we're back for what could possibly be the last 20-25 minutes of play or so here on day number 3 of this all-important round of the West Indies Championship.
It's been interesting in terms of the tactics from both teams. The moment the West Indies Academy have just allowed the game to meander, whereas Barbados haven't really pressed the accelerator. Oh, that's taken the edge, falls just short of that first slip fielder. They haven't pressed the accelerator as you'd expect for a team chasing a title. Still within their grasp here. If they were to pick up full points, those full 12 points, we know already, as you said, Joe, Guyana would have picked up their full 12, having beaten the CCC a bit earlier. You know, the situation in the Leewoods game as well is going to take a special fourth innings batting performance from the Windwards, chasing 415. So it's all to play for here.
Yeah, all to play for indeed, and the cards at the moment favour Barbados Pride should they pick up those 12. Yeah, the only ones that could definitely stop them would be the Windwards.
Yep.
I've been thinking about it, and I threw out the number in my head and said, okay, maybe a number like 180 plus, 190 plus or so. You begin to tell yourself you might have what it takes. Of course, what it requires a very stellar bowling effort, as you hear the noise out there from the young lads. And it tells me then, okay, if you bat in this fashion, get yourself to the end of play without losing another wicket, the question then becomes, how long does it take me to score 80 runs tomorrow? How long does it take me to score 90 runs tomorrow?
Alongside the other question of how long do you think it will take to take 10 wickets?
Yeah, exactly. You say, okay,
oh, edge again, goes past first slip, this time in the air. It was a sharp chance to the left of Captain Teddy Bishop. So 4 welcome runs to the Barbados Pride. They'll take them any way they can now.
just had 2 instances in this over where he's been excited, Ned, because of that ball going in the region of slip.
That was a sharp, sharp chance indeed. But yeah, just to get back to your point, Joe, how long would it take, you think, for Barbados to set a total here where they'll feel comfortable enough? I think they're already at the stage where anything under 200, they're really asking for a special bowling performance.
Yeah, definitely would have to hit the straps. 213 before. When I started to piece together, I said, okay, nothing less than 2 sessions. And that's simply because at some stage, somebody stands up and bats and somebody takes time out of the game. I must always account for that. Always account for a partnership. Always account for somebody saying, okay, I'm going to value my hand here, really stand up and bat. As such, I don't think anything less than 2 sessions, because we've not really seen much happen with this surface either. It's not a surface that, okay, we saw in previous games, balls definitely darting through. And you say, okay, well, because of that, I maybe only need a session and a half. Because I know that at some stage, one is going to keep low, somebody's going to go back to the pavilion, you know, even if they've been playing a good knock. I think back to Jason Holder, you know, in that game versus Guyana, and the fact that he was on target to really bring Barbados Pride home. Then all of a sudden, one kept low, and that was the end of him and the end of Barbados as well.
Yeah, that
but this is not that type
yep.
of surface that we're playing on here today. We've not seen that happen, and as such, must account for that additional period of time for somebody to say, okay, I'm going to have to work a little harder to get this wicket, work a little harder to get these 2. So nothing less than 2 sessions for sure. Which tells me then probably looking at an hour and some out of the morning piece. And that goes back to me saying, okay, how long does it take me to get 80 runs? How long does it take me to get 90 runs in the morning? How positive do I need to be looking at 15 overs, that first hour of playing 90 balls? How much do I get in that period, because naturally, you know, you might probably spend the first 3, 4, 5 getting yourself back in. So it means that you're looking at another 10 there or so. So how much do I get in 10? Do I get 30 in 10? Do I get 40 in 10?
I think that very much depends on who's at the crease. You know, this situation. Maybe Craig Brathwaite's game not best suited for a situation such as this, but he's on 90, 10 away from what? His 65th first class 100. It's probably a situation more suited to a Demetrius Richards, more known in the limited overs format, quite a risky player. Would hit the ball in unusual areas as well. So at the moment, it must be said, oh, he's tossed that one up. A real lobber from Joshua Bishop.
You maybe go pull up the stats very quickly, Mali, because it would have been his 65th 50, but I was like 65th 100. He got there already. No, he didn't.
No, it would be, yeah.
Would be his 33rd 100 at the first class level.
65th 50, my bad. 65th half century.
But yeah, you did mention that name, Demetrius Richards, and he definitely came to mind for me as somebody who could be able to manipulate a situation. Is yes, young in terms of his first class career, but when I think about the shots that he possesses,
He's more known locally in Barbados, around the Barbados scene. He's highly rated. Heard quite a bit about him from a few cricket people around the game in Barbados.
yeah, quite talented, the young man, and it's just like I said, it goes back to a lot of his shots that he plays as well. And he's one of those batters that has the ability to take bowlers off of their lines and lengths just simply because of the type of risk that he's willing to take. And funny enough, the risk that he has as well, and that's risk now with WRISTS, you know. So he's able to get those balls behind square a lot better than some of the batters. And in terms of when he gets set it off stem and looks to sweep you and reverse sweep you, all of a sudden, as a bowler, you're telling yourself, okay, what do I need to bowl to him? And then it becomes a lot easier for him to bat as well. So come tomorrow, he could definitely be an important piece of the puzzle should he be required at the crease.
Yeah, but you think 2 sessions, 2 and a bit sessions, it really, the margin for error is so tiny. You really just take one decent session of batting from the West Indies Academy to save this game. But also with a total, maybe you may just have to tempt them with a total in which they think they could chase down, something that would keep them engaged, something that would keep them looking to play shots as well, rather than just deadpan defending to save a match.
Yeah, that's why for sure I would not get into numbers like 230 and 240 here, because nobody's chasing that down on the last day here.
So it's interesting stuff here. Permutations, especially for Guyana and Barbados in particular. Big prize of 250,000 on the line.
Yeah, even though I think, or rather I know that these guys want to be here at the end of the evening, I just think maybe have missed the opportunity to capitalize on 1 or 2 more moments. Even if just to get the field to spread just a bit more.
To be fair, as this is actually quite honest, as we're seeing a reason why, you know, Craig Brathwaite is a very, very, very good test player. But just having that ability to put pressure back onto the bowlers, especially in a situation like this, someone with his experience, I think that's just what separates him from truly being a one of the great players in West Indian cricket. That's just my opinion. very, very good. He's been fantastic servant. His contribution must not be underestimated. But it's a situation such as this, 90 of 246 deliveries. He's faced every type of bowler you can think of in world cricket. He's seen every condition. At times, you just want to see him impose himself. Especially with the title on the line, 250,000 up for grabs. I want to see him use his feet, look to put pressure back onto these spinners. At least have the ability to knock them back down the ground. Some level of intimidation must be there. In this stage, wearing down of the bowlers, just wearing them down isn't what they need. I know it's hypercritical, but that's just the situation, especially here in round 7 for the Pride. Hey, who knows? They may still come tomorrow and bowl them out for 120. So, but that's, in essence, really still the truth of the situation. You want to see him just be a bit more assertive. That's the thing. Some players, some players truly think of their individual performance, and they should. Cricket's a game of individual performances that make up the team. But here they need quick runs. Still 6 wickets in hand. You've got an enterprising player in Demetrius Richards. But towards the end of play, maybe just shutting up shop, as you said, Joe. Thinking about reassessing for tomorrow. End of that Bishop over, just 1 coming from it. 215 for 4. His partnership 81 from 204 deliveries. And the lead 124. Shadows now just descending across this Coolidge cricket ground as the sun begins to set. Another single.
Of the 23 overs that we were hoping to get in, I think it's about 17 or so.
So far, yeah.
So far. And just another 8 minutes or so to what would have been the scheduled close of play. Probably will go past that.
Amount of time we would have lost today because of the weather. Kudos once again to the ground staff. Fantastic work in order to get cricket back on as quickly as we have. Quicker delivery there.
It's true, those ground staff really have worked hard, because when you think about the amount of water that this ground has taken over the last 3 days, you just see the big sponges come out in the jumping up and down on those sponges. Forks just ripping the turf apart to help some of that water go down as well.
Yeah, and the amount of stoppages as well. They've had to be on and off with the covers numerous times. They've really earned their wage this week.
Should Barbados win, they might probably, just want to slide some of the cut the groundsmen's way. Because without them, we would not have had any cricket, I tell you that.
Well, I'll negotiate a percentage if they want to on behalf of the groundsmen. Why not?
Oh, let me go pull a cover now.
Or get a sponge. Start sponging.
I mean, there's rain predicted for tomorrow.
Literally, eh?
There's rain predicted for tomorrow.
There is. I know Barbados won't be looking forward to that. They'll be hoping for a clear forecast, sunny conditions. This one's tossed up again from Bishop. Scamper through for another single. So boundaries hard to come by for Barbados. But they've at least kept it ticking over at 2.50, 2.51, the current run rate.
You said they were hard to come by, but I don't think they've actually actively looked to get them as well. I think that is it there, because I just saw one shot from Craig Brathwaite. That was to Ashmead Ned, where he attempted to play a sweep out of absolutely nowhere. And it actually reminded me of the shot that he played versus Guyana. And it's a shot like that.
That one.
Like that.
I think you...
Well. Craig Brathwaite goes. And I did not mean to call it. But it was a shot like that that brought about his dismissal. The shot like that that he played versus Ned. And the shot like that that sends him back to the pavilion now.
And I think that's why we've seen him play in the manner he has, especially against the spinners. He really struggles for scoring options against spin. Craig Brathwaite just looks to maneuver the ball, nerdle way down the spinners. Just there, playing completely against the line, lost his shape. So for the first time since that awful shot a few weeks ago here against Guyana, we've seen it again, and he falls just short. 10-run shot. Goes for 90. So the 5th wicket goes for the Pride. And it brings Demetrius Richards to the crease. 217 for 5 to score.
It's just crazy how the universe works, Mally, because I'm still yet to believe that I was having the conversation about the shot, and then out of the blue, the shot reappeared. And I didn't expect it to appear at this stage, given the amount of work that's been put in, given the fact that we're just a couple overs shy of heading back off the field and coming back out tomorrow.
And it's something you don't see too much of around the region, actually, from our batters against spin. Really looking to advance, knock the ball down the ground. They tend to stay home more often than not and just sweep, maybe play the reverse sweep, the odd player. But generally, they stay at home. And in a situation such as this, Joshua Bishop tossing the ball up, you've got to trust that ability to get down, smother that spin. When you get to the pitch of the ball, really look to take advantage of it. Very weird shot at the time in which he chose to play it. As you said, just 6 overs or so remaining in a day's play.
I was just about to make the point that he got away with it versus Ashmead Ned.
And this time he completely didn't. Such a random shot out of the blue. We felt exactly the same way in that game against Guyana as well. Totally out of character.
Yeah, they were in control at that stage. Barbados Pride, Zachary McCaskey, and Craig Brathwaite batting nicely, and Barbados were on course for what should have been a comfortable second innings chase. And then the fall of that wicket, all of a sudden, Cheyenne Brathwaite went. Jonathan Drake's essential scorer in the first innings went as well, and all of a sudden the pressure was back on to Barbados. You saw Raymond Reefer come to the crease, and he had a slight stint there, and then Jason Holder had to become the savior, and then...
Yeah, there were 2 strange shots from Craig Brathwaite in that match. Looked to take on a short ball, I think, as well. Top edge. Totally out of character, but he played quite well here. He's played well in this championship, right at the top of the runs charts, just second to Mikhail Louis, who's approaching his 300 of the season. That would have tied Louis as well, for I think most in the season so far. I anticipate now that Barbados just want to see Stumps 5 down. Griefer would love a little half as well. That'll do his confidence some good going forward, like ending the season with a decent score. If not, I mean, he's even got the option tomorrow, after laying the foundation today, to come out tomorrow and just look to be a bit more aggressive. Who knows, he could get 100 as well.
Forgive me, Molly, I'm still here shocked. I'm still shocked.
Well, yeah, no, that's your Barbados fandom in you, really.
Nah, not really. It could have been anybody for that matter. Just the fact that, in the middle of describing it, not thinking that would come. Telling yourself, especially a batter of the caliber and the experience as well.
Yeah, that's a
So
big part.
Should it have been any batter of that caliber and carrying that level of experience, I wouldn't have thought that would have been the moment. And once again, looking at moments being end of the day's play, an additional 10 runs here does not matter, to be very honest, in the grand scheme of things, to the score for Barbados Pride. Yes, runs matter, but looking at this moment, an additional 6, an additional 10 simply do not matter in the grand scheme of things. That's 1 over come tomorrow.
And to be honest, his 100, or him scoring 100 individually, wasn't the highest priority in this situation either. You'd expect him maybe a bit earlier in the day to press gas. And if not, get out, bring another enterprising player to the crease, giving them an opportunity. So, I'm not being overly critical here. I don't want to be overly critical, but that's just the situation. You think to play a shot like that as well, you'd expect him. I think he's got to work on his scoring options, definitely against the spinners. Tends to use the pace of the fast bowlers a lot better, but now against the spinners, he's asked to create a lot of the power.
Yeah, not just that, it was left arm spinners as well, because we see him shot to each of the left arm spinners.
Yeah, but what's his scoring option? What can you really nail down as a scoring option for Craig Brathwaite against spinners? What does he do? You see what I'm saying? Regardless, left arm spinner, leg spinner, right arm Chinaman. What does he do per se? Just tends to wear him down. Work the ball. If it's a little short into the onside, nurdle into the offside, he's really got to create better options for himself, I think. That's an individual thing, more like. Because it leaves him to play a shot like that, where he has no options. He thinks, oh, I've just got to swing across the line almost. As experienced as he is, these players can always still improve. You've got to be looking to improve as well. Still quite a relatively young man in terms of cricketing terms, batting terms, just 31. I think he's 32 later in the year. You still got to be looking to improve, getting better all the time. Especially if you're being overly critical, not against the most experienced of bowlers. This West Indies Academy team, most of them haven't played 10, even 5 first-class games. So, you can tell Richards just wants to see Stumps. Sun setting here at the CCG, few shadows. Just there. It's good batting from the young man. Gets off the mark. Allowed that to come on. Just open the face. So you're just seeing that wristy nature, as you're saying, Joe, in the Demetrius Richards play. He'll just be hoping to survive as well till Stumps so he can properly express himself tomorrow. Maybe play a quite enterprising innings. Get them a total where they'll feel pretty comfortable going out trying to bowl this West Indies Academy team out.
I just love how Bishop used what you would consider to be the depth of the crease on that particular occasion, delivered from pretty much next to the umpire, in fact, probably behind the umpire on that occasion.
They've been pretty good in terms of displaying some limited over skills here. You saw Mckenny, Clarke, bunch of slower balls, slower bouncers, Yorker as well. I heard him in his little feature with you in terms of just what you would have learned from a Dwayne Bravo, telling him nail that Yorker, especially in the limited overs game. We saw them pull it out back of the arm as well. Just there, Joshua Bishop just switching up his position on the crease. And just as you mentioned that's an area as well, as you see Yogi Lane going down to his fielding position. He can adjust his area in which he delivers. I think he can just get a tad bit closer to the stumps. That way he just doesn't spray the ball down the leg side as much as he does at the moment.
Yeah, all growing and understanding their game, these young men. It hasn't come out as yet, but there's one that will come out with Kevin Wickham as well. That's actually something that he honed in on as well. That's something that he's improved on, the understanding of himself and what he's supposed to do in the cricket.
It's very important. Like you said, designated roles, no stroke offered by Richards. Clearly defined roles for these young men.
Yeah, it's just interesting that they all talked about the pressure that they felt coming in and not feeling sure of themselves.
At this level, this first class level, this one's edged again past Teddy Bishop at first slip. Not sure it carried. Good work from Mckenny Clarke. Fantastic athlete. Quite twitchy. Mckenny Clarke. This one beats Teddy Bishop to his right this time, in between the wicketkeeper and first slip.
What I can tell you, Mali, is I wouldn't want to be the one to have to wash Mckenny Clarke's pants.
I tell you, he's really put in a shift out there. Quite a few grass stains. Put his body on the line. Sometimes you wince when you see these fast bowlers go down sliding. A lot of these guys still very young. Nimble. Very athletic.
Yeah, still early days into this Richards innings, but if we could pull up that wagon wheel, you would see what I was mentioning, Mali. Just a lot of balls going behind square. Talked about how cheeky he looks to get, work those balls around the corner as well. And that's what he brings to the cricket, Demetrius Richards. You probably won't see a lot of it this evening.
Yeah.
And should be back tomorrow. You definitely will see a lot more because he just always looked to be active at the crease, looked to change the angles. Even there, a ball that many would have probably punched going towards that cover and extra cover region, just looks to open that face. The end of the over, it's 222 for 5.
I think it's important he doesn't get too cheeky here this evening, as you said. You don't really want to see too much of that. If he gets a bad delivery, put it away, yes. But he's just got to see himself through to Stumps. Tomorrow's a new date, and as much as we've spoken about what could happen tomorrow, you always have more time. There's always more time in a cricket game than you even anticipate as a player. Got to give himself an opportunity.
Interesting move by Josh Bishop, because previously he had him made on quite tight. Just before he bowled that delivery at Johan Lane, just dropped back just a bit, and I wondered if it's because he was going to prefer to bowl Demetrius Richards, and even that, which was not choreographed or orchestrated properly by him, and it still found its way behind square off the outer edge of the bat.
Yeah, it was very full indeed. As you're saying, just very wristy type. Demetrius Richards looked quite good in that first innings.
Gonna look to change his angle here now. Bishop. Gonna go around the wicket to him.
He's gonna toss it up. If I was Bishop, I'd be tossing it up here. I don't think Richards will resist.
So based on numbers, I think this should be the last over of the day.
Numbers-wise.
Yeah, based on that 23 that we were supposed to get in.
I think they'll try and sneak a couple in. Tossed up. Driven. Will it get to the boundary? They'll get close. Joshua James does the chasing. So they come back for 3 runs. Could have an appeal there from Bowen Tuckett. Umpire not interested at all. Just the one delivery remaining here. This lead 135 now. Really wonder what Barbados are thinking. Backroom staff, Coach Basper Drake, assistant coach Ryan Hines. I'm sure they have a number in their head. So yeah, they're gonna try and get in as many overs today as possible. Light permitting, especially with the 2 spinners on, 2 left-arm orthodox spinners in the attack.
Seems to be a little confusion out there, because it looks as if they thought
that was Stumps.
That it was, and now they're wondering who's going to bowl it, and it looks like it's going to be Johan Lane. No, it's not.
I was going to say, that would have told me something if Johan Lane would have taken that ball there. It wasn't to be. 2 slips in now. So he's beaten on the left, he's been beaten on the right.
It's actually interesting employing the 2 slips. Now he's coming left arm over, because he was just producing the edge, coming around the wicket, pushing that ball a lot flatter across the left-handed batter. Here now, you might probably tell yourself that
the angle's different.
Angle, might not be conducive to that second slip being there. Edges probably might be a little finer as well towards the right or so of Teddy Bishop.
See what he's trying to do. Almost with he's got a helmet on, so he's very close. These are just some of the small things, as you mentioned, Joe. You're very right. Just getting your angles spot on. Small things go a long way in achieving the desired result here. I'd love to see the back of another Barbados Pride batter this evening.
He's not made that adjustment to go back around the wicket.
Just the 1 delivery remaining in the over now. So he hasn't necessarily given himself the best opportunity to bring that slip fielder into play. The end of a maiden over.
And it's
at the
also
end
close of
things.
play
Ooh,
as well. So just the additional
1 over.
one to get things closed here. So Barbados Pride, they end on 228 for 5. That represents a lead of 138 runs heading into the final day. Oh, Judgment Day is what we're going to call it tomorrow, Mali.
Yeah.
Heading into Judgment Day tomorrow, the final day, the West Indies First Class Championship. We say thank you for joining us. We look forward to bring you the action, bring you the entertainment, bring you the smiles and tears come tomorrow. Until then, goodbye.